So this. Yeah, I thought you were. No, after the invocation. Oh, yeah, well, oh, what about me to be? This was on. Good morning. If everyone would take your seats, we're going to begin our conference. My name is Felisa McDavid, and I am the PD Regional Manager for the Columbia Urban League's Triple E Parent Support Program. And I would like to personally welcome each one of you here today. And thank you for taking time out to be with us for this Parent Support Conference. At this time, I'd like to introduce the members of our Columbia Urban League staff who have traveled from Columbia and Anderson County and Charleston to be here. First, we have Miss Juanita Dean Bates. Miss Dean Bates is our COO of the Columbia Urban League and the program director. We have Miss Antonia. Miss Antonia is also, she is a regional manager for the Midlands. She just wave again, Antonia, so they can see you. We have Miss Angel. Miss Angel is our technology specialist. She works also as a permanent employee with the Columbia Urban League. We have Mr. Kendrick Bannister. Mr. Bannister is the regional manager for the Low Country, Tri-County area, specifically Charleston, Dorchester, and Berkeley counties. So we are so grateful that they have joined us this morning. At this time, we will have our invocation coming from Mrs. Lillian Chadwick Stanley, a retired educator. And I'm going to have her to offer that invocation from the floor.
Morning to all of you, and oh, what a beautiful morning it is. And I've got a beautiful feeling that all of us going to have beautiful things going our way. As we pause to reflect and just calm our hearts, look to this day, for it is life, the very life of life. In its brief course lies all the realities and verities of existence, the bliss of growth, the splendor of action, the glory of power. For yesterday is but a dream, and tomorrow is only a vision. But today, well lived, makes every yesterday a dream of happiness, and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Look well, therefore, to this day. So as the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ is with us this morning, may his love be shared among us as we enjoy the love, the gifts of food and fellowship. May we remember to give out the grace and forgiveness that Jesus himself freely gave to us. And may we always give thanks to you, Jesus, for your sacrificial love. Bless our time now here together as we endeavor to support equity and excellence in education. These things and all other blessings we humbly ask in Jesus' name as we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Stanley. At this time, we will have the purpose and introduction of our panel discussion facilitator by Dr. Jackie Como, retired educator and conference planning team lead. She will also give you some logistical housekeeping kinds of techniques as well.
Good morning. Okay, y'all can do better than that, and there is coffee over there on the side. Good morning. See, I'm a former educator for little kids and big kids, and you guys are the big kids today. It's really wonderful for you all to be here today. We are so proud of what this group is doing for our kids, and as parents, I always say to my parents, be the voice and not the echo. I'm going to say that one more time. Be the voice and not the echo. Well, anyway, let's just kind of talk a little bit about what we are here for. You know, it's very easy for some of our parents and some of our guardians, and that means foster parents, kinship parents, anyone who is taking care of a child, to not understand or be fully knowledgeable about what goes on with the parent-teacher situations, or even what they're even signing. How many of you all know that there are a lot of parents out there who have no idea what an IEP is, what a 504 plan is, what the heck is MTSS, okay? But they sign because they trust our school officials, et cetera. Now, that doesn't mean that all school officials are not doing what they should be, but it's our part as part of the EEE program, Equity and Excellence in Education program, to make sure that parents understand what it is they need to have and be equipped in order to advocate for our kids. So that's our purpose for being here and for you being here, and we thank you again. Now, I have to tell you, I used to work for the airlines. So make sure your seats are in the upright position, your tray table is stored, and that your seat belt is fully fastened. In front of you, as you checked in, I'm going to go in order here, you should have received a name tag. Get it out of the bag. Remember now, I'm a teacher. Get it out of the bag, put it up. Make sure you got it. And if you were really, really good this morning, there are some markers inside the red cups on your table. I'd like you to print your name really, really large. Okay? So make sure you do that. That's one of the requirements. The other is you received a passport. I told you I was in the travel business before I was an educator. You received a passport. Now, what in the world are we going to do with this passport? Well, we have some lovely vendors that are here, and we have some awesome, awesome community resource over on this side. What you will do during either our break or at our lunch, or if you want to stay a little bit afterwards, on the inside, there are some squares. Each one of our vendors has a sticker with their name on it, their vendor name. You are to go to each one, have a conversation, buy something on that side of the room, and get something on this side of the room. And the key here is to fill up your passport. Now, I'm going to be sitting right over here with a nice little bag. Y'all see those gifts over there, right? Okay. If you want to win, you got to have it filled out. All right? You don't have to buy anything. I was just helping these out. I was helping you out, y'all. I swear to God. Okay. Now, I'm going to be back up here in a few. There is going to be an audience interaction activity. So it's called Minute to Win It. You should have that sheet of paper on your table. Everybody find your sheet. There's a sheet that looks like this, says Minute to Win It. And the instructions are on the sheet. But for those of you who are still looking for it, how many of you received a raffle ticket this morning? Raise your hand high. Is there anyone who did not receive a raffle ticket when you came in? Awesome. Now, you might notice that some of you have a green one, some of you have a red one, some of you have a yellow one. That's how we're going to determine who gets to answer some of the questions that are going to be on this quiz. So pay very close attention to the panel discussion. You might want to take notes because the questions are related to what's going to happen up here on the stage. Now, they're going to be asked on the basis of information, as I said, during our discussions. So you want to hold on to your ticket because we're going to randomly pick a ticket to answer the questions. So all correct answers will win, so good luck. Finally, I think I've already stated about the passport, so everybody understand what you need to do, correct? I didn't hear anything. What? Thank you. All right, now housekeeping details. This is where the airline piece comes in. I should have had a headset, Dawn. That's why. You have exits on the front and the rear of the building. They lead out to the restrooms, which are both right in the corner as you exit either one of the doors. We are serving a nice light breakfast this morning. Please feel free to come and have a little supplement in case you didn't have coffee this morning. We have that as well. In the back, we have two absolutely wonderful technicians that are going to help us today. There's Steve. Wave your hand, Steve, back there. He's our video guy. And Jeff, he's our audio guy. So treat them nicely. And finally, if you have a cell phone, we would kindly appreciate you cutting it off or putting it on silent or let it buzz while the discussions are going on. I think that is just the most appropriate thing to do to give everyone the honor of giving out their information. Now, are we all ready for takeoff? All right. Around, help me out, Ms. McDavid, what time? Lunch will be served. We'll give you a clue. And there will also be, this is going to be like the best part ever, next to me, of course, is Miss Jennifer. You notice that she has set up her sweetgrass baskets over here. She's going to not only tell you a little bit about what she does, but she's also going to tell us a few stories. So you'll have that lunchtime entertainment as well. Any questions? I must have done a good job. I'm going to now introduce you to our moderator for this morning, Ms. Dawn Boren, who's going to work with our panelists this morning to have answers to all the questions you need to take home if you are a parent or just to be able to share with other individuals. Thank you so much and have a great flight.
Once again, good morning. I must say, this is a nice looking crowd. You are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Jennifer. I had the pleasure of sitting at a table to what would be your right. Some of you left, some of you. And I met this phenomenal woman, and the energy that she came in the room just blessed me early this morning, and I get to introduce her. We're going to have a beautiful keynote speaker, Mrs. Mary Cookie Canty Goins. She was born in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, the daughter of the late Mary Catherine Brantley Canty, and she's married to Eric. They have 2 children and 3 granddaughters. Her education, she went to Myrtle Beach High School, class of 1978. She then went on to Newberry College and earned her Bachelor's of Psychology, Guidance, and Counseling. She went to the University of South Carolina and earned her Master of Education and Counseling and graduated in 1988. And then she earned her certification of Master Plus 30 from the South Carolina Department of Education in 1990. We are blessed to have had her serve the South Carolina school system. She worked for Horry County Schools in Myrtle Beach, and she was an English teacher and a counselor for over 20 years. She also taught at Myrtle Beach High School and was the director of guidance for over 10 years. And now she's currently, she works for the city of Myrtle Beach as the director of neighborhood services. She's a lifetime member at Mount Olive AME Church here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, a member of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated since 1988, and she has the Silver Star Life Member accolade. She's also a member of the Alpha Delta Kappa Teachers Sorority starting in 2022, and she's a Silver Sister. She's a South Carolina Retired Teachers Association member and the founder and president of Nana's Hope House, which is a 501c3, which provides housing for Horry County students that as they earn their high school diplomas. She has a lot of recognitions and awards, and I am so glad to announce each and every one of them because she deserves it. She earned the Black Men of Myrtle Beach Incorporated Community Impact Award, Newberry College Alumni Association Alumni Distinguished Service Award, the Myrtle Beach Area Chamber of Commerce Champion of Diversity Award, the Conway Myrtle Beach Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporating Outstanding Community Service Achievement Award, an Upsilon Beta Beta chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Citizen of the Year, and the Boys and Girl Club Champions for Youth Award in 2022. Like I said, it is my pleasure to introduce this wonderful woman and this community service, Miss Mary Cookie Canty Goins.
Jackie reminded me every time I have the opportunity to speak or to share, the teacher in me comes out. And I realized in the last 7 years, I am forever an educator. I will always be an educator no matter what the title or the role. I am an educator and proud of it. One of the many things that God has allowed me to do, and there has been many, but excuse me, most of all, I thank him for allowing me to be a servant. Realizing that's what we were created to do, is to worship, praise, and serve. And I don't know about the other two, but I think I have answered the call in being a servant. So I want to thank Felisa and Jackie. I would say they asked, maybe. Did I volunteer? But it was more like voluntold. So anyway, I'm here, and any opportunity to stand and share a word and inspire, especially when it comes to our babies, our children. So as I said, educator at a different station. You know, I'm out of the building, but not out of the system, and I've just changed stations down at City Hall with Neighborhood Services. We serve as the liaisons for the residents of the city of Myrtle Beach, and we say we are the face of the city. We represent the mayor, council, management, the 17 department heads, and the 1,000 full-time employees, and then the 200 part-time employees of the city of the Myrtle Beach. We go into the neighborhoods as we are invited, not to change anything, but to enhance the quality of life. So one of the many, many blessings for me is that I now get to reconnect with my students and their kids, who I guess are my grand students, and then their parents. So it's just absolutely wonderful. But today's theme, the importance of parent and community support systems, I kind of took a different route, Felisa, as I usually do, but it'll kind of end up at the same space. The importance of parent and community support programs, because at some point in our lives, we all have or we all will need somebody. We will need support at some level, be it, you know, from educators or from our faith families. We all need support. And I believe that when you've been called, it's one thing in being called, but then you have to answer the call. And so when you answer the call, you have to do so faithfully. You have to do it not grudgingly or of necessity. You have to do it because it is the right thing to do. And so I started, you know, praying and thinking about, Lord, what will you have me say? How will you speak through me to the people, especially for our children? And then I started thinking about COVID and the effects of COVID, the after effects, and all the things that we are dealing with. And the word, 2 words came to me: up and rebuild. I said, okay, up and rebuild. And so I'd like to speak to you briefly for a few minutes using the topic Up on the Wall While Rebuilding the Village. Up on the wall while rebuilding the village. And as I'm riding in the car and I'm taking notes because my husband is driving, he has it on one station, and then I keep changing it back to Kirk Franklin and all them. So at one point I just left it. And Michael Jackson came on and Off the Wall. So even in that secular song, the lyrics are powerful. Just have to pay attention. But he was talking about living life off the wall, like having a really good time. And, you know, some crazy things can happen. But this morning, I'm going to encourage all of us to stay on the wall, and keeping in mind that the key word is up. And so I used as my base for the discussion this morning is Nehemiah. And we all kind of know that story of Nehemiah and rebuilding the wall. But Nehemiah asked God to use him as a servant to assist in the task of restoring Jerusalem and its people. And in all of this, he gained two important lessons, or there are two important lessons for us. And the first one is that a need is identified. You know, in any situation, we have to identify the need. And then the second is that he prays and asks God to help and to intervene and be a part of that situation, because in his life, he realizes that God is really the only one who can. So he prayed, he fasted for about 4 months, and he asked before petitioning the king for him to return home and reinforce Jerusalem's city's walls. Upon arrival into the city, he just didn't start doing stuff. He took an assessment. He made an assessment of the damage, and then he went to work. So in all of our doings and all of our gettings, we have to get understanding to realize what is really happening, what is going on. Get the assessment before we go and do the work. But even in spite of the opposition, he led his people in rebuilding the wall, and they were successful. Nehemiah talks firsthand about the powerful story of rebuilding the ancient walls after exile in the face of the greatest of odds. This rebuilding represented the people's renewal of faith, their overcoming of national shame, and the reformation of their conduct. In our decisions to rebuild, and we're talking about, you know, education and all these societal ills, coming together, walking alongside and working alongside those who are doing the thing renews our faith. In my 33 years in the system, one of the things that I realized that often hindered our students was shaming, depending on what the situations, you know, where they came from. And God gave me a ministry in the mid-90s of our homeless population. There's already a level of shame that comes with homelessness anyway. And so when we make them feel unwanted, or they can't do the senior prom, or they can't go on the senior trip, or they don't have the money for caps and gowns, it adds a whole nother layer of shamelessness that just kind of breaks them down and breaks them down. So one of the things that I feel that we are called and compelled to do is to break down those barriers that bring shame to our students, to their families, and to whatever situation people find themselves in where they just feel like they don't belong or they're not equal to. I feel like we have a responsibility to do that. In this particular story, what I found, one significant thing was that one individual can have a huge impact, in that case, on a nation, but we can have impact in this state, in our county, in our cities, in our communities, our church families, wherever we are. One person can make a huge impact. Sometimes, many times, we are called to use our positions to bring back order, to bring stability, to bring meaning, to bring comfort and proper focus. And our Creator uses all of us in this room today, and those who weren't able to be here. All of us have roles to fulfill. The eyes can't do what the hand has been designed to do, nor the feet can do what the mouth is supposed to do. But if everybody in this room were to use the gifts given and assigned to each of us, we would be like a healthy body, a well-oiled, functioning machine taking care of Horry County, taking care of South Carolina, and Lord knows there's work to do in our country. If everybody would accept their assignment and their role, this world would really be a better place. We can come together, and it doesn't matter if you're a PhD, a magna cum laude, or like me, thank you, Lordy. It doesn't matter what your station or none of that matters. If everybody were to take a role and assume that role, because God can use any and everybody. Everybody has to play a role in rebuilding the village. And I always use an example of one of the greatest counselors in our building at Myrtle Beach High School, barely graduated high school. She didn't go to college. She didn't do any of that. She was our porter. She was a custodian. But it never failed. Every year, there would be one or two students whom Dolores Rutledge rescued. I remember the first time she did that, I just heard the sniffles. I heard the sniffles coming up the hall. And there was Lo, had this baby girl wrapped up in her arms and just patting her. And for those of us in the Gullah Geechee world who we just embrace it and love it, I heard the sniffles, and I heard Lo say, "No, baby, we ain't gonna do that today. We ain't gonna do that today. That ain't gonna happen. Come on." The young lady had already made plans to quit school. Lo was in the bathroom making her rounds. She heard the sniffling in the stalls. And she went in and rescued her, stood there until she came out, and brought her down to guidance. I am proud to say that young lady is a high school graduate and a college graduate. All because it wasn't about, I need to take her to the principal who may have a master's. It wasn't about any of that. She was on assignment, found that baby girl, and brought her to guidance. During Valentine's, my little 7-year-old granddaughter came to me and said, "Gigi, I got to get stuff for the ladies. Ladies, well, you already got your teacher, and you got the principal, and you got the secretary. I said, Callie, what ladies? She said, the cafeteria ladies. Gigi, those are my friends, and I want to get something for them. So what do? We went to Walmart and got stuff for the ladies. We're supposed to train them up. So just as Ms. Dolores was trained and knew the importance of being on her post, Callie is now learning the importance of recognizing the importance of everybody in that village, in that school village. Everybody has a role. So what are some things that we can learn about rebuilding? Our hearts may break, and we may share some tears, cry, and then dry them up, because we have work to do. Look into the future and know that the end is coming, but for right now, see this as a comedy and not a tragedy, because there are times when we need to laugh. On any given day, if you walk into City Hall and let the security officer know that you're going to neighborhood services, it's not very far that you have to go. And you might ask yourself, is this City Hall? Is this a professional setting? Because we laugh all the time. Some of those phone calls that we get from residents, we're going to write a book. I promise you, it's true. This stuff is true. It is not made up. So we have to laugh. We have to laugh a lot. As we work to rebuild the village, because we're staying up on the wall, we're not coming down. As we work to rebuild the village, we have to look for unprecedented resources. Like, don't look for solutions in the same way that they've always, situations have been solved or always in the same places, because sometimes what we need is in the most unfamiliar place, and sometimes is right there. Sometimes the solution to the situation is right there. Recognize the people that are doing things. If you need to get something done, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Look around your circles, or as a matter of fact, look outside of your circles to see who those people are who are doing things, the very thing that you've been called to do, this thing that's in your heart that you want to do, this thing that you want to birth. Look around the room, look around the area, look outside of your circle and find those people who are already doing those things. And then I believe the first proactive thing that we can do in rebuilding anything is to assemble ourselves, to come together, to believe, to trust, to hope, and to pray. So therefore, we have to stay prayed up. At some point, there are going to be haters, or whatever we want to call them, haters or people who just don't understand, don't want to do their part. And if you know, you know. And if you don't know, our young people, our babies, you'll find out. There will be efforts and attempts to take you off the wall. There will be efforts, or I call them distractions, to move you from a place of coming to a solution. What can we do to help these young people? What can we do to help these families? All of us has 30 minutes to an hour a week or every other week where we can go and volunteer. Oh, they need so much help in the schools now. And as I stated earlier, COVID, we all know the effects of COVID, and we're in the process of rebuilding. So for some of us, as soon as we make the effort and we make the decision, we make the commitment to get in there, to find our role, and to help rebuild, the attacks will come. But you have to stay focused. You have to realize that you are committed. You have to know that there are some people whose goal is to interrupt your peace and to shift your focus. It's their goal to take you off post. But you have to know that once you sign up, there's no quitting and there's no turning back. These are our children, our future, our now. If we don't help them, who will? If we won't initiate an on-the-wall crusade to save them, who will? If not us, who? If not now, when? They may not be your blood relatives today, but at some point you'll need somebody to help you or help someone you know and love. Because today is them, tomorrow it could very well be us. So my question to you is, what are you going to do? Are you coming down or are you going to stay up? Are you going to pause or are you going to pray? Are you going to hinder or help? Will you leave or lead? Will you break or build? Or will we simply trust enough to let go and let God while we stay on the wall, but work while we're on the wall? How many times have you seen somebody start something and they just quit? Just give up, just come off the wall, and that may have been you. Started something, we were just so full of energy, so energetic, and it didn't happen the way we thought it should happen, and then we just quit. I share with you in my first few minutes that in the mid-90s, God gave me an assignment. Make a long story short, again, I do a lot of voluntoling. But Mr. Rainbow was my principal, and we had students who were really smart. They passed academically. They just missed too many days of school. So the district asked him in Myrtle Beach High School to create attendance makeup program. So if you ever had students to do that or members of your church or community, that was started at Myrtle Beach High School in the mid-1990s by yours truly. But I realized the countenance of a young man totally shifted. And so I had a conversation with him, like, tell me what's going on, tell me what's wrong. And he said, Miss Cookie, we had an apartment. My mom didn't pay. We got evicted. We got another apartment. She used my name, my social security number, my information, and she didn't pay that. And we got evicted. And she moved to Greenville, South Carolina with her boyfriend and left me here. So, Josh, what are you doing? How are you surviving? How are you making it? He says, I bum nights. You know, like people bum money and bum cigarettes. He said, I bum nights. The new term is couch surfing. Well, I'm going to be at Cookies Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday and Tuesday I go to Dawn. So you don't wear out your welcome. You're just bumming nights or you're just couch surfing. And then he said to me, but Miss Cookie, that's not it. It's 6 of us. We had 5 other kids in that building that year at Myrtle Beach High School that nobody knew about. Nobody realized that we had students enrolled in school without parents, with no permanent nighttime fixture. They had nowhere to go. It was every day was maybe here, maybe at Tanya's. That young man, that moment, changed my life for the assignment of ultimately creating a safe, clean, bright, airy space for students. All you got to do is go to school. Don't worry about cap and gown. Don't worry about paying for your lunch. Don't worry. Just go to school. Because while education doesn't solve everything, it gives them tools to navigate the system. That young man, too, graduated high school and college. So as I'm just saying all of that to say, if we're going to rebuild, we have to do it from the inside out. Those of us who are in the know, we got to help those who don't. And sometimes when the things that we think we know aren't always the best way, and so somebody has a more excellent way, tap into it. Do it. Get it done. So I'm going to leave you with these 7 ups. Remember, because we're up on the wall. We're up on the wall. We're rebuilding. We're working. While we're waiting, we're initiating change. We hear the backlash. We hear the negatives, but we're not coming down. Because it is necessary, it is essential that each of us contributes to the rebuilding of the village. So the first thing we need to do is wake up. If we've been asleep or sleeping on any assignment that God has given us, no matter if it takes 30 years, no matter if you're feeling the pushback that you can't provide the service because we can't give you that information, God's going to have somebody somewhere in place for you to complete the assignment because it was his anyway. You're just the vessel. We're just the vessels. So if we've been asleep and not reached out for whatever reason, today I'm giving you a wake-up call. So wake up. Speak up. Use your voice. For some reason, there are people who can't use their voices. Parents, families, students, they can't use their voices for whatever reason. So you be the voice. Speak up. Stand up. Stand up. You may be the only one. You may be the only one in the room. You may be the only one in the circle. Stand up on truth and righteousness. Stay prayed up. Lord knows we need it. And I'm not saying you have to burst into one in the middle of City Hall, although sometimes, Lord, they need it. But just stay prayed up. Sometimes that smile or that handshake is encouraging for somebody because we don't know what people are dealing with. We don't know what others are going through. Get up. If you're called and you're able to serve, assist, or help, get up and do it. And if you're in a position where you can't, if you know somebody else who can, connect. But we need to get up. Look up. People need our energy. They need our hope. Looking up gives people hope, encouragement. And listen up. Being here today, we're all going to gain some information. Prayerfully, something that is said or done will spark us and cause us to go back and do one more thing. I felt so discouraged. No, I don't want to do it. I'm not going. I'm not helping them. The last time I helped them, they didn't respond. They just don't. Perhaps something that is said in this space, something that is relayed today, will cause you to be the one. Will you be the one to go back to your home, to go back to your church family, to go back to your workspace, to go in your schools, to go to City Hall, to go wherever? Will you be the one to say, here am I? Whatever assignment you give me, I'm accepting it today. I'm going to give it my best. I'm going to help bring excellence to education. I'm going to help bring excellence to that family who's struggling right now. I am the one. I will get on the wall. I will stay on the wall. I will be the one. Will you be the one? Somebody somewhere needs you. Somebody somewhere needs us. Whatever the gift is not yours to keep. It was given to you to serve. And I've added an eighth up, which is what I'm going to do right now, is sit down and hush up, not shut up. Thank you so much.
Give her another round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing with us. We really, really appreciate that beautiful message. And while she takes her seat, I also want to recognize some important people that's in the room. Let's give a round of applause for these young folks that's in the room. We have some volunteers. We have some beautiful babies over here. Yes, they're always watching us. So we want to make sure that we recognize them and make sure that they understand that they are important and we are here for them. We are now going to move into our first panel discussion, which will be Healthy Minds and Bodies. I will be calling the panelists up. Please come and have a seat as I call you. Miss Leah Turner. Ms. McMillan, Dr. Kovia Stanley, and Ms. Toya Pickett. Yes, ma'am. The crowd just gets beautiful, just so amazing, beautiful people up here. Thank you. So we will start by, each of you will have an opportunity to briefly introduce yourself to the audience and speak a little bit about your background. We can start with you, Ms. Tanya.
It's on now. Good morning. I am Tanya Pickett. I am currently the Director of School Counseling Services, all counseling services for Horry County School District. Perhaps the best thing about me in my job is that I'm a native of Horry County. I'm a product of Horry County Schools. I'm a graduate of Conway High School. Conway in the back. I earned my bachelor's degree from Winthrop University in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I earned my master's in school counseling from the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina. And I also earned a master's of ed in educational leadership and administration from Coastal Carolina. I have been a school counselor since 2000. And I love what I do, and now I love handling all counseling services for Horry County Schools. I am the wife of Michael, the mother of Miles, and even though I'm from Conway, I now live in the Burgess area, Burgess in the house. And so in addition to being a product of Horry County Schools, now my son is also a graduate of Horry County Schools. So I think it makes a difference when I'm trying to serve our community, being from our community. So I'm Tanya Pickett.
Dr. Stanley.
Good morning. I'm Covia Stanley, and I'm a native of North Carolina, around Charlotte. You've probably heard of Charlotte. But anyway, I am a retired obstetrician gynecologist, and I was a minister and moderator in the Kingston Lake Missionary Baptist Association, and I worked with the Department of Health and Environmental Control, and I was stationed here in the Conway, well, in the Horry, Georgetown, and Williamsburg counties. I also was involved with the Air Force as a reservist. I did graduate from high school in Charlotte, North Carolina. Got my bachelor's and master's degrees from North Carolina Central University. In Durham, North Carolina, I got my Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Buffalo in Buffalo, New York, and received the Master's of Divinity from Virginia Union University in Richmond. I've been involved in a lot of leadership activities. I was the chief of staff of the Columbus County Hospital in Whiteville, North Carolina, back there in 1986, and went on into OBGYN practice, and I did that for 5 years and truly enjoyed it. Then went to Richmond, Virginia, where I was the director of the Department of OBGYN and working with the Medical College of Virginia, and then moved back up to South Carolina and director of public health here in the area. And also I was very involved in working with getting Access Horry Health established here in 2003, and we had made a great impact on the health care for people in Horry County who did not have the medical insurance and funds to get health care. And I'm pleased that things are still going on with Access Health right now.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Karen A. McMillan. I am a native of Washington, D.C. I now reside in the Lowcountry, Bamberg, South Carolina. Background information, bachelor's degree in social work, master's in counseling with a concentration in clinical mental health, and I'm currently working on my doctorate. I am a school-based clinical mental health therapist, and now we have at the Orangeburg Department Mental Health Center a new program underneath Schema, Infant Early Childhood Mental Health Consultant, and that's what I am. And so what that program is supposed to do is it's supposed to help combat a lot of the issues and behavior concerns that a lot of kids have starting in elementary school. Most of the most of the diagnosis that y'all probably heard about is ADHD, ODD. And so with working with children 5 and under, we have the opportunity to kind of address a lot of those issues and concerns. So that's enough about me.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon almost. My name is Leah Turner. I'm a retired coordinator of school health services for Norwalk, Connecticut Public Schools. My basic nursing education was at Western Connecticut State University. I also have a master's from there, and I am a nationally certified school nurse. I have emeritus status, which means I am retired. My career has always been in public health. My nursing career has been in public health. I was a public health nurse. That was my first job out of college. As Dr. Stanley said to me, with the blue uniform? Yes, we were the visiting nurses for the district. So I've done that. I worked in the hospital, but I worked in the clinic because I like public health. And I also did hospice home care for probably about 20 years. That was my side job, believe it or not, while I worked in the school system. In the school system, I was responsible for hiring, evaluating, firing if I needed to, all of the school nursing staff. Our district had 12 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, 2 mainstream high schools, and an alternative high school. I also coordinated occupational therapy and physical therapy services. We did that through a contractor, and of course that was for students with special needs. Some of the, I think, highlights in the school district when I started in the district, and I was a staff nurse for about 10 years, and then I was a supervisor for about 20. So when I came into the district, believe it or not, we were recording everything by hand. We were not computerized. By the time I left, all of the nurses had computers and our health records were computerized. I think what was most important for school nurses in their responsibility is to help students at whatever level, elementary, middle, or high school, to learn to manage whatever health issue they might have as independently as possible. School nursing certainly became a lot more complicated with students with diagnoses like HIV, long-term chronic health issues, students even with special needs. Probably, I mean, I'm old enough that when I went to school, you didn't see a lot of those students in school. But then along with some of the laws, as the laws changed, where we had to incorporate those students in school, which is a good thing because that's what our community looks like. It's broad and we have everybody and we should learn to deal with everybody. So as I said, that was, I think, that's the important focus of school health. It's very important that parents be involved, whether it's a kid with special needs or just the old pain kid that's always in the nurse's office. You know, kids who don't want to be in class, where do they go? To the nurse's office. So as I said, parental involvement, I think, is something that is key at whatever level. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Speaking of health, Dr. Stanley and Ms. Turner, why is it important for students to maintain healthy minds and bodies?
It is very important for students to maintain healthy mind and body so that they can understand and be able to make use of the education that is presented to them. They, first of all, in the old days, we used to have what they call the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. But it seems like now I've heard the expression that 3 R's are rapping, reaping, and I forgot the third one. But the point is, the young people are not thinking the way we were taught coming up in the 60s and the 70s. It's very important that that student comes up in a family environment where the parents give instructions and follow through, make sure that the child is doing the right thing. It is thought now that too many parents want to be friends. We need to get back to the old days where the parents made the decision and the child does not necessarily have to say, why? I said it, let it be done. And we need to think in terms of how the child goes to school and gets involved with other things. They don't think for themselves. And we as parents need to be able to talk with them, particularly at the dinner table. In my day, in the 60s and 70s, we sat together as a family and ate. And now you go to a restaurant, you go to different places, everybody has a phone talking. Nobody is communicating with each other. So we need to get back to families where mom and dad are talking to the children and the children are listening. And not just listening, but they need to put into practice what needs to be done. And I know here and talk about prayer, there's concern about prayer in the home. And I'm a firm believer that mom and daddy need to spend quality time in prayer with the children. And it's not a matter of going to school and then people say, take prayer out of school. No, the prayer should be in the child already. And they know that they can get in the corner or sit there, in their seat and pray to God, knowing that He will take care of things for them. The concern why children are not doing things in school as they should, as I hear about this AI. Well, yeah, did I get it backwards? IA. But the point is, we need to help children to be able to read and think and practice things in the right order and the right way. They need to get a good night's sleep. We find that too many of them just 2-3 hours and maybe even less than that. And they need to have responsibilities at home. You start out emptying the trash can, making up the bed, washing dishes, mowing the lawn. There's a lot of responsibility. I think that'll help them to be able to think rationally in school.
I would like to read to you a position statement from the National Association of School Nurses, and it's on healthy communities. And the National Association of School Nurse position is, it is the position of the organization that healthy and safe communities are essential for the optimal health, well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievement of all school-age youth. Bridging education and health care, the school nurse is uniquely situated to protect and promote student and community health, to work collaboratively to respond to public and population health needs, and to contribute to building an equitable culture of health that places well-being at the center of every life decision and policy. And, that's a mouthful, but I think it says a lot about the opportunity that a school nurse has to impact students. And you would be surprised, or you wouldn't, if you hung out in the nurse's office, the opportunity for, particularly with those kids who we used to call our frequent flyers, to impact them in a positive way, to help them to understand why education is important, why making healthy choices are important, what do healthy choices mean, and at whatever age you are, special education needs or regular education needs, what part can that student take ownership of in their own care, in learning and helping them to be a successful and contributing member of society. And it's particularly important for kids with special needs, because I do believe that what makes them acceptable in society is being able to communicate effectively, however they need to do that, with other people, having the social skills, that's important. If you have good and acceptable social skills, you will be accepted, even if you are special. You will be embraced, and that's what we want, is for those kids to be embraced by society. So as I said, I think the school nurse is uniquely situated to she's not there to force academics and make sure you do your math, but we do have the opportunity to say, how are you doing in the class? And you can't spend all your time, if the class is hard and you're having difficulty, talking to the student about some strategies to get some assistance with the teacher. Kids come down and, that teacher's not listening to me, da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, here are some strategies that you can use to be helpful, to yourself.
Thank you.
And that it's important for the students to be able to read and understand. In the mid-'80s, there was a group of doctors in Boston, Massachusetts area, maybe even in Connecticut, who saw the need for pregnant women to read to their fetuses, and when the child was born, still having exposed to reading. And when they went to the pediatrician's office, they had volunteers who would go out into the lobby and read to these children. And as the children read and understood, they had a joy of listening to the word. And there was one case where there was a child, the parent was reading and they missed a page and the child said, "You missed that." So what I'm saying, getting them to understand the importance of learning and reading.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. Really quick, Ms. McMillan and Ms. Pickett, could you say how has COVID-19 affected the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of our K through 12 students? Either.
Well, it affected them in lots of ways, and we're going to be dealing with some of those effects for many, many, many years to come, almost generations to come. I always make fun because my brother and I are 7 years apart, and I tell it, a generation, I think it's 12 years, and I always say we're 5 years away from being a generation. So when you think about it, in 2020, March of 2020, we were all locked down. We are now almost in that time in 2024. So we're 1/3 of the way through that generation. One of the things that happened during COVID is the isolation. That had a great impact on our students. We know that they were not getting the same level of instruction because we weren't prepared to pick up and start providing that instruction from afar. We learned quickly, but the isolation in terms of instruction was a major, major issue, and we're calling that the COVID slide. And academically, we're dealing with the COVID slide. Teachers are working really hard to catch up. But then there was the emotional isolation that kids had. So much of what kids learn when they're in schools has nothing to do with the academic part that they're being taught. A lot of what they learn when they're in schools is how to socially interact with each other. They learn how to deal with other people. They learn how to respect authority. You know, some kids don't. I always love to hear when parents come to school and they say, this kid is so much nicer to their teachers and the people in the school than they are to the parents at home. It's because they learn that healthy respect, or what my parents called a healthy fear of authority figures. So the emotional isolation gave us a lot of gaps in children's social learning, and we're trying to fix that now. The other thing that it did was it took away from our eyesight kids who needed to be in our field of vision. One of the things that we do in schools as mandated reporters is that we're able to keep an eye on kids, and we're able to be the watchdog for families, and families are able to be the watchdog for us. So things that, like my friend Cookie Goins talked about, being able to catch that baby in the bathroom when she's crying, or being able to identify that student who has such a tumultuous home life that their academics pale in comparison to what they're dealing with every day. We weren't able to do that. So as educators and professionals, we got kids out of our eyesight that we needed to be watching every day. And unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with that for years to come, because now they're all back in our buildings, and they still have those social emotional deficits that they lost during COVID. One of the things we talked about as a district before was kids who had, when we got back to school, there were kids who had never had an entire school year. In South Carolina, we had some weather issues. Before COVID, we had 2 hurricanes, we had 100 years flood, and then COVID hit. So we had kids, you think about the kids who started kindergarten or who started first grade at that time, by the time they reached middle school, they had never had a full school year, a full year in a school with other kids. And so there's a lot that we have to fix. But I think one of the wonderful things that we've been blessed with is resources. I think we've got more resources post-COVID. There's more money post-COVID. Because it affected everybody, it's not just we need resources for those people or we need resources for that population. Now, because this was something that reached all walks of life, all socioeconomic levels, everybody was affected by that. So everybody now is getting to benefit from the resources that's going to help us rebuild this village that Ms. Goins talked about earlier.
Thank you.
So in addition to what Ms. Tanya was saying, COVID, when it first happened, when the pandemic was coming along, it increased anxiety everywhere, right? And then in addition to what Ms. Tanya was saying is that a lot of the kids who had never been in school, now going back to school, it created conflict because they didn't know what to do as far as behavior was concerned. They had never had to sit in front of a classroom for extended periods of time, having to be able to communicate with their peers and with their teachers, listening, following instructions and directions was just like, oh my goodness, what is this? And so to have them in front of a classroom or whatnot and having a teacher with whom they've never met before or whatnot outside of a screen, it was like, this is not real or whatnot. And so in creating different platforms and different things for us to be able to communicate with the students, it enables us with providing resources for them so that they will be able to learn how to communicate with each other, learning how to sit in the classroom, sit in the chair. One of the issues and concerns that the parents were complaining about and some of the teachers was that, oh, this child just doesn't focus, they won't pay attention. But think about it, I don't like sitting in front of a computer for extended periods of time. And so we're thinking about 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds sitting in front of a screen for extended periods of time. Do you think that you're going to maintain their focus? I feel like sometimes I have the attention span of a fruit fly, and so I have to be able to gather myself back as well. And so, excuse me, with being able to address those issues and concerns, I feel as though, yes, it's going to be a long, extended time before we're being able to be brought back from where the pandemic had us and the children as a whole, physically, emotionally. When I said the anxiety went up, isolation created a lot of frantic students and parents as well. And I'll make sure I got everything. Yep, I think I got everything, touch bases on everything, yeah.
And just to piggyback off of what you were saying, how many of us during the pandemic found ourselves dealing with whether it was rational or irrational fear?
Oh, yes.
We were afraid, right? We were afraid because we didn't know what to expect. And as adults, we struggled to process that fear, right? I know I did. And so our children didn't have nearly the tools that we had to process that fear, to be able to move forward. And I think what happened to our emotional selves is the same thing that happened to our physical selves. We now are vulnerable to emotions that we weren't vulnerable before because we went through a place where we had to hide ourselves. And it's the same thing that happened to us physically. I'm not a medical person, but from what I've read, when you isolate yourself and you don't build an immunity to certain things, you're more susceptible to it when you return to it, right? And so emotionally, we're more susceptible to things that we have no immunity to because we were isolated from it. So the same scientific principle that we saw in our children and our adults' physical health, I think we're seeing it in their emotional and social health.
So much. Unfortunately, we are out of time for our first panel, which is Healthy Minds and Bodies, but we appreciate you all coming and joining us. And we appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions before they leave? Yes, ma'am.
Just quickly, if somebody could address trauma, especially when it relates to COVID-19. One, the fear of it and knowing what it was and what it wasn't. And then the second, when students may have gotten COVID, and have you noticed anxiety and some other things with those students? And how can you address that in terms of resources?
Absolutely. I'm the Director of Counseling Services for Horry County Schools, and in our district, Counseling Services is the traditional school counselor that we all used to refer to as a guidance counselor. We are now professional school counselors, right, Cookie? But that incorporates also our clinical counseling piece. In our district, we also have a full-blown mental health program where we have hired our own clinicians. And the need for that program, almost every year we have had to ask for increases in the personnel that are providing those services. Because the trauma, it was a traumatic experience for everyone. And now those kids are back in schools, and we're trying to deal with that, and it definitely has caused us to have to increase those resources every year, looking at where those resources are best allocated. And it's also forced us to collaborate with agencies in the community when we can't meet those needs. So it is very, very, very important. Kids don't learn when they're hungry. They don't learn when they're cold. They don't learn when they're scared. They don't learn when they're anxious. And so it's just, yes, it has affected everyone. And we're doing our best to address it.
And just real quick, one of the biggest things, one of the biggest struggles with addressing the trauma with the kids was being able to communicate with the parents. Because if the parents are unable to address their own triggers, their own trauma, the child won't be able to do the same. And the services that we provide, it's individual, but family therapy comes along with it. And so that's some of the things we've been able to do to subsidize the things that are going on.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And as Tanya Pickett, for those of you who are in Horry County, please contact her. She is at our district office. She talked about the services that Horry County Schools provides for students. There are also telehealth kinds of things. If you contact her by simply calling the district office main line, Tanya Pickett is her name, and she can direct you or give you directives. Sometimes it's really hard to get that information from the school. You don't know who to call. You don't know where to start. It's hard to get some of those referrals. She can walk you through the process. Anything from RBHS, if you're familiar with Horry County Schools, you know about RBHS. That's her area, counseling services. So thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Well, she put me on the spot. I was supposed to go after the next panel. Thank you. This is the break. What we're going to do right now, I've got 20 minutes to 12. So, if you need a little potty break, remember what I said, either out of this door in the back, or over here on where you came in the corner down the hallway for restrooms. There are still a few snacks left over from breakfast, so if you'd like to get that, but we will be, after our second panel, we're going to be serving lunch. So be careful not to eat too many snacks from breakfast. All right. We've got a couple of things that you probably heard while this first panel was together. So, we're going to play a little game. Those of you who came in late, there is a flyer on your, may I borrow it? Thank you. Teacher did not come prepared. It's called Minute to Win It. All right. If I can ask one of our wonderful assistants that are outside, Denise or Tammy, if you can bring those 3 bags in for me, please. Now, does everybody have their raffle ticket? If you have your raffle ticket, please put it up in your hand so that I know you have one. Make sure you have your raffle ticket. And Mr. Steve, if you'll move not to the next slide, but the next one after that, I appreciate it. It's the one, the Minute to Win It slides. Real good. All right. Wait for it. Which bag would you like to pull a ticket from? What colors do you like? You want green, yellow, or red? Yellow. You all heard her, right? Okay. Pick a ticket out of the bag for me. Can you pull one for me? much. What's your name? Courtney. Say thank you to Courtney, everyone. All right. If you have a yellow ticket, aren't you the lucky one? The number is 241005. Ah, Pastor, come on, stand up. Yes. Now, I hope you took notes. Come on up. The questions are on the board. What 2 important health choices should parents do that will help, enhance their child's learning and achievement? Mothers should exercise and eat right during pregnancy. If your child is acting up in class, they need a mental health counselor. Children should eat nutritious food and get lots of physical exercise. Pastor Tony, what do you think? Or all of the above? Which ones? You think it's C. Is he right? Okay. You sure? Final answer? Sorry. Hold on. It could be. Thank you. I want you to pick one of these. Reach in there and pick one for me. Thank you. What's your name? This is William Brown. Thank you, William Brown. All right, red ticket, since yellow just did not do well. The number is 902001. Stand up. I've read the questions. What do you think? A? You think? Okay. Thank you for playing. Now, you all should know it by now. See, in our classrooms, we learn to read the directions. That was a clue. Thank you, Miss Cookie. All right. The red team didn't do well. The yellow team didn't do well. So I'm praying that the green ticket is going to get this question. All right. 486017. 486017. Going, oh, Miss Lillian. What do you think? Hold on.
The question asks, what 2 important healthy choices should parents do that will enhance their child's learning and achievement? Important thing being parents, so mothers should exercise and mothers should eat right during pregnancy. That's the only place where you see parents. So I guess that's just the school teacher and me coming.
Wow. Okay. I love you. I'm taking her home, but that was not the correct answer. All right. You know the answers? All right. Ms. Dean, please give us the answer. Listen up carefully, you all. Let me read the directions again. Yes. Give her give her a round of applause. Two. I hear what you said, Miss Lillian. Yes, exercise and eat right, but that's only the one answer. All right. It's two things. That's okay. They're not here anymore. All right. We're going to turn it back over to Dawn, and we're going to complete this after the second panel. Thank you.
So we're going to go into our break. Make sure and fellowship with each other, talk, network. Take your bags and visit our stations because they have extra information for you. You want to place that in your bag. Let's rejoin at about 12 o'clock so that we can go into our next panel discussion. Okay, everyone, can we start making our ways back to our seats so that I can introduce our next panel? Make your way back to your seats, please. And as everyone start to make your way back to your seats, I'm going to get our next panelists to join me on the stage. Miss Domino, Miss Nita Owens, Miss Carol Foster, Mr. Darrell Brown, Miss Mary Williams, and Mr. Nielsen Hilton. Please join me. And we will be moving into the next panel discussion, Navigating the Educational Journey Together. Just like our last panel discussion, please take a brief moment, very brief, to introduce yourself to the audience. Could y'all have everyone back in their seats? Thank you so much. You know, we're in a room full of teachers, and I don't want to demerit because they don't listen. Yes. Okay, we can start with our introductions.
All right. Hello. My name is Darrell Brown. I'm the Chief Support Services Officer here for Horry County Schools. I'm a native of Horry County, graduated from Horry County Schools back in 1989. Yes, ma'am. Back in 1989. From there, I went to Clemson University. I graduated there in 93, subsequently got my master's from the University of South Carolina and my ed specialist degree also from the University of South Carolina. I, like I said, have been in my current position for 10 years. Before that, I was a high school principal at Aner High School, North Myrtle Beach High School, and also some of you may be familiar with Carvers Bay High School over in Georgetown County. Before Carvers Bay, I was a principal over in Williamsburg County at King Street Junior High School at the time. I am married to Sabrina, the former Sabrina Evans. We have a daughter, Tori, who is also a Clemson graduate, and she's married to Michael. And we have two outstanding grandsons, Eli and Hendon. And very, very happy to be with you all today.
Good afternoon. I'll make sure this is on. I'm Mary Williams. I am a graduate of Erskine College in Due West, South Carolina. Yes, Due West or what? And I'm also a graduate of University of South Carolina Law School. I'm going to go through a series of used to be's, because I used to be a lot of things. I used to be a social work major. Then I used to be a history teacher for a minute, and then I said, oh, I like law school better. So I'm going to go to law school. I have done everything from working with legal services as a staff attorney to running the statewide legal services office, to also being appointed as the state child welfare director and adult protective services director for the state of South Carolina for over 10 years. And then moving to Washington, D.C., where I worked for the mayor's office and their child welfare agency for over 8 years. I used to be a lobbyist with the South Carolina General Assembly working on domestic violence, child abuse, and education legislation, as well as talking to Congress and working with Congress on education and child welfare legislation. I might go back to that one, though, in my used to be years. And I'm also semi-retired. That's why I keep saying used to be. And that includes working with the Columbia Urban League and doing some additional training and teaching on child abuse and neglect for the University of South Carolina School of Law. And I am my siblings helped me become a proud auntie to a combination of 16 nieces and nephews. We are a public service family. Our parents told us it's not about you, it's about what you do for others. So we are educators, we are coaches, we are principals, we are healthcare providers, we are social workers, we are mental health counselors, we are foster parents. And my last two babies, my heartbeats, my darlings, my 6'7" twins, Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. Anybody happen to be in Orangeburg and you see two guys who look alike, 6'7" apiece, they belong to me, they're mine.
So I gotta follow you, right? Really. My name is Nielsen Hilton. I'm actually from Greeleyville, South Carolina, proud graduate of C. Murray High School class in 1988. I attended South Carolina State University where I got my undergrad in business management, got my master's from South Carolina State as well, and just recently got my EDS from Albany State University. And I'm happy to be here with you today.
I like to follow you. Good afternoon. My name is Carol Foster. I am from New York, so I am not a South Carolinian, but I am at heart. I came to South Carolina in 2006. I was a fourth grade teacher for 10 years, and then I was blessed to be a part of Mrs. McDavid's administrative team at St. James Elementary. I served as her instructional coach for 7 years, and now I am working with my awesome colleague, Nita, as an interventionist at St. James Elementary. I am a mom. I have 2 daughters, and my youngest daughter has just given us a brand new grandson.
Good afternoon. My name is Nita Owens. I have family that is Horry County. My roots are deep here. However, I grew up about 2 hours from here in North Carolina in Robeson County. I returned back to Horry County and started my first degree and finished at the University of South Carolina, which was then Coastal Carolina. Now it's not a part of USC, but I then got my master's from Coastal Carolina. I've been in education for 30 years. Part of that was in private school with 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds. And then I moved into the public system, starting as a first grade teacher, moved into kindergarten, had a little bit of second grade experience. Then I was blessed to move over to St. James Elementary and work under Felisa McDavid as her primary instructional coach with Ms. Foster as the elementary. I am still at St. James Elementary as an interventionist, and like Ms. Foster said, we are cohorts together there, so we are continuing still in our education. I am a wife, a mother, and a Gigi. I have 3 children and 2 beautiful grandchildren who are my heart, and we live in Surfside Beach. Have been there for over 30 years.
Good afternoon. I apologize for my voice, but I told Ms. McDavid I was thankful to have one this morning so that I could speak. So my name is Heather Dominov. I am originally from West Virginia. I graduated from Fairmont State College with my bachelor's, and it was actually a recruiter from Horry County Schools that came to my college and interviewed me there, and that's how I began my career in Horry County Schools. I have taught kindergarten, 1st grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. I have taught in Williamsburg County. I have taught the rest of my years in Horry County. I have been an instructional coach. I have been an assistant principal. I was Ms. McDavid's assistant principal for nearly almost 10 years at the award-winning Blue Ribbon St. James Elementary School, which we're very proud of, and I am currently the assistant principal at Socastee Elementary School. And I have 4 children. One of those is at Clemson, and then I have a junior in high school here at St. James High School, and I have an 11-year-old who's in the 6th grade at St. James Intermediate School, and I have my precious surprise baby who is in the 4th grade with me at Socastee Elementary School.
Wonderful. So I am going to start with Daryl and Mary. What support services are available to parents at the school, district, and state levels to help them support their children?
You want to go first at the state level? All right, at the district level, we have many interventions. I think Ms. Pickett mentioned, a lot of mental health avenues, guidance services, and things of that nature. So if that is specifically what you're asking about, those are things, that can directly help those students. You also have administration, at that level that is always has open doors. We have mentors, mentees, programs that throughout the district that, we have in there to help assist young people. And I guess it's basically dependent upon what your student needs. The district basically has something that will pretty much address whatever needs that your students may have. So if there's a specific need, you would need to address that with the school level principal and or guidance department, and we can line you up with whatever the need is.
Wonderful.
He's right about the local level because you have statewide mental health services program. But I want to remind folks too, there's a lot of money out here from COVID-19 that is not just going to the Columbia Urban League that we support. That's why you guys are here. That is statewide program, statewide services, but they also went directly to the school districts to close the gap from that learning loss during those years of isolation while kids were at home. So just be mindful of that. There's a lot of information about what school districts have available on the State Department of Education website, so you want to pay attention to that. Again, when it comes to different family settings, you got mental health services, right? But then you also have people who are raising their grandchildren. I don't know if y'all know anybody who does that or is familiar with doing that. Yeah, we call it kinship care in my world, but there's HALOS, H-A-L-O-S, H-A-L-O-S. They're here in the Low Country, and they provide kinship care navigator services. There's also other programs throughout the state, and what they do is assist relatives who are taking care of their children, grandparents who are having to raise their second family again. They help them navigate the systems, whether it's school systems, whether it is the, if you need a SSIs, if the child has some form of disability, services, Medicaid, WIC, all of that is available through the HALOS program. In addition to that, you have South Carolina Legal Services, the office I used to run, one of my used-to-bes. They are providing a free legal services program for individuals, if they qualify, that includes educational support. If you need a lawyer to go with you for suspension hearings, expulsion hearings, I know there's a lot of educators in here. Y'all probably don't want those lawyers in there, but I'm advocating for those lawyers to be in there. For IEP meetings, they are also available to support you. If there's any foster parents here, there's a lot of support for foster parents through the Foster Parent Association, through DSS. So it just depends on what category you fall into in terms of your family makeup. Those services are available.
Thank you. Thank you, Daryl and Mary. Carol and Nita, can you shed some light on the MTSS process and interventions?
Multi-tiered services.
System of support.
System ed support. I knew I'd forget that one. But this is a program in the schools where children who are having difficulties, could be reading, could be math, and we watch those children. We put them what we call the RTI, or the data team. We identify those children that are struggling from the teachers. The teachers let us know what's going on and that they have concerns. So then as a data team, we look at their data, we watch their progress, and try to add additional services. Those services could come in the form of the classroom, or they could come in the form of a pull-out service. And eventually, if we exhaust all our resources to help the child, we may go to an evaluation with the child to see if they need additional special education services.
One of the things that we do for our students is we target where they need to be, and we give those targeted assistance programs with the tiers, which is the multi-tiered. So a tier 2 intervention would happen in the classroom, and that intervention is given to all students. The classroom teacher is the one who places the kid, who places the student in the classroom where they need to learn their best, whether it's in the back of the room where they can stand, whether it's in the front of the room where they can be watched and guided by the teacher. So there's a lot of tier 1 interventions that happen, and as the instructional coach, we are given the opportunity to be in those classrooms and to model the tier 1 interventions, making sure that every student is getting what they need. With the tier 2 intervention is where we start pulling students out, and that is based on the data, and those are like 3 to 5 students that we work with, and we are targeting their educational needs.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You going to add?
I think she's covered.
Okay. My next question is for Ms. Heather. Talk about the process for special education identification and 504 eligibility.
Okay, that's why the intervention approach is so important. So if we have children that have gone through interventions and they're still struggling, and the data shows that on some of these standardized tests, not just one test, but lots of data points, that the student is still struggling, right, either in reading or math, it may be appropriate to come together as a team and have an evaluation planning meeting, and that would be with the teacher, an LEA representative, an assistant principal or principal, and your school psychologist, and you talk through that data, talk about what the process they've made in the intervention, when they written intervention with the intervention teacher, and the student's still not making progress, the team may say, okay, we need to look a little deeper. There may be, the student may have some difficulties with the way they learn, so a special education approach and some services, either in reading, writing, and math, academics, but also students can qualify for special education services in the areas of behavior, social skills, and things like that as well. A lot of parents get confused between special education, an IEP, individualized education plan, and a 504 plan. A lot of times if parents go to see their pediatrician and ask for some help, pediatrician will write on a prescription pad, student needs an IEP, or student needs a 504. It's very important to have open communication with your teachers and your child's school teams, so you can talk about what that looks like. A student may have a medical diagnosis such as ADHD, because we have a lot of kids, anxiety, that have the ODD, the ADHD. And just because a child has ADHD, they may not need special education services in the areas of reading, specialized instruction. They may perfectly be appropriate for the core curriculum in the classroom. However, they may need some accommodations to help them kind of level the playing field, and that's what I try to explain to my parents. They can do the work, they're being successful, they can achieve, they're above about the average percentile or above, but a lot of times, and you can see all these dips in their data, you know, if you have ADHD, you get distracted, right? So what are some accommodations that we can put in place to help prevent that so that they have access to the general curriculum? So a lot of times the student may simply need a 504 plan, which may be preferential seating, or maybe it's small group testing, or if there are things like that. So that's the difference between a 504 and an IEP, and I always try to advocate in meetings with my parents, and I'll tell the parents, your kids are like my kids, so you're making very important decisions at that table, and it affects a child's future. It affects their diploma, their graduation, how they end school. So we want to make sure that we're making the most appropriate, informed decision for your child. So I will always advocate for your child like they're my very own when I'm making decisions for someone's child.
Thank you so much for that information. My last question is for Mr. Nielsen. How can school-based counseling benefit students?
Being a former school counselor, Ms. Goings, as well, I was at Timberland High School for 12 years as a school counselor. We have services provided in academic, career, and personal social areas that help the students, whether it was individual school counseling, different things with scheduling, whether it's helping with students that may be homeless, like they were talking about before. So it's a wide array of what schools counselors actually do, from having IGPs that help pretty much the 8th through 12th grade students navigate their scheduling, their careers and academics, as well as helping students that walk into your office and say, Mr. Hilton, I saw my father in Walmart, and he really ain't speak to me. It's such a, for counselors, there are so many duties that we fulfill that people don't even, I can't even begin to start with that. But the school-based counselor at each school provides those needs for the students and the parents in the community as well. So it's a big scope of things that we do as counselors, all provided under the realms of academics, of course their grades, their careers, what they want to be in the future, how they work towards that. And for me, one of the biggest ones was the personal, social, because it's near and dear to me because my dad died when I was 13. And for a lot of students, because I just remember not having that counseling that I really needed. Because when you're 13 and you lose your dad, right now you don't care about Algebra 1. You don't care about English 1. You just really don't. You know, you have those students that going through a divorce and they're struggling and you don't see it. A lot of times they come to school with it. And as trained counselors, it's our job to meet with those students and kind of see kind of where things are going with them and try to help them. Because it's a lot. It's a lot. And what I'm getting from this, and I thank Ms. McDavid for bringing me, and I'm not going to be maybe 1 minute longer, y'all. But as a young black male navigating through this journey of life, I've seen the ups and downs, the good and the bad. But what I like to see is when I come here and I see Mr. Brown, or I see Mr. Stanley. Because it means so much to me to see those brothers doing really well. And that's good for me. A lot of these young persons, I'm not gonna say they don't respect that, but they really, Dr. Stanley can walk in the room now in a lot of schools, and they still keep talking, or don't give him that respect that he's due. Where I'm an 80s baby, I know times change, an adult will walk in the room and you immediately stop what you're doing. And you respect that person that comes in the room. But also, my last part for this is that we have to make sure we understand that societal changes are so critical in a child's development. In Greenville County, Ms. Pickett, they had to talk to 2 third-grade girls for doing actions that they shouldn't be doing. But it's so much out there for people to see nowadays than when we came through. So that journey is very, very different. And I tell people all the time, you have to look, when I came through, and I was listening to Dr. Stanley talk before, what I have to do as a counselor and helping the students as well is understanding that I can't go back to 1970. I can't go back to 1980. I can't go back to 1960. So how do we navigate? But the basic concepts for helping students should still be the same. Yes. I get that part. But you're looking at a society where when I came through, and some of y'all came through, our images were different than what it is now. So possibly when Dr. Stanley came through, I'm not trying to say he's old or anything, but what I saw. So yeah, think about it now, because me and one of my fraternity brothers are working on the book now, but we're making sure our information is right, Mr. Brown. When Dr. Stanley came through school, possibly, he saw brothers that were dressed. Temptations, James Brown, Marvin Gaye. That's what they saw as their stars. The kids nowadays, they see Lil Wayne. Okay? You see a lot of that nowadays. Okay? That's the visual you see. Okay? You come through, we had Jefferson's, Sanford and Son, Cosby Show. So we saw certain things that we see now that's different. So now a lot of times now we see, and some people are going to disagree, and that's fine. Our little kids see Real Housewives of Atlanta, and they fussing and fighting and cursing and carrying on. So you have to navigate through all of that. And it can be a difficult task. I coached at Seymour High School, Mr. Brown. I had 15 players, and my assistant that came, who's the lawyer, Reverend Ronnie Sabb. I don't know if you know Senator Sabb or not. He came, and he was like, Mr. Hilton, what's going on here? And I said, well, what's happening? I said, you look at my 15 players, we had one had both parents in the household. It was one. I said, now you have these other 14 trying to navigate through just life and different things like that. And Mr. Hilton, I want you to walk me out when they have senior night and different things like that. And so it can be challenging, but it's good at the same time, so I accept the challenge as a school-based counselor. And so I appreciate Ms. McDavid just having me here today to talk my 2 cents. Hopefully somebody will get something from what I said just now in a positive light. I think one of the biggest challenges, Mr. Stanley, Dr. Stanley, I'm sorry, because I agree with you a lot that you said about what we need to get back to. And I know we might have some young parents as well. And we don't know everything. But what I've learned in life is that Mr. Hilton don't know everything. That has really helped me. So when I have an elder possibly telling me something, I listen. And it's okay. I listen, because I don't know everything. And so when you get that, when you have that type of demeanor, where you realize that, look, I need some help with this. I don't know everything. Maybe this is right, maybe this is wrong. And just navigate through it. I just believe we become a better, stable society, educators, parents, and students as well. One thing I will say, any middle school students in the house, middle school parents, 9th through 12th, I would say this. Make sure, Ms. Pickett can piggyback on this from Mr. Brown. Make sure you understand how GPAs and rankings work. I think that one of the tragedies they did, ma'am, is that a couple of years ago, Mr. Brown, my personal opinion, is when they made a passing grade a 60. You agree, right? When they made a passing grade a 60. You understand what I'm saying? So now I have players, Ms. Pickett. Now all of a sudden I need to make a 70 to pass. The mindset changed, Ms. McDavid. Oh, Mr. Hilton, I made a 61. Yeah, you passed the course, John, but you're not doing anything for your GPA. Your GPA is not moving. So you get the mindset, I made a 61. I made a 60. I made a 70. So I would say to each parent in here, to have each student goal is to make no lower than an 85. Let an 84, let an 84 be your F. Let an 84 be your F as a parent for that. Now students have challenges in classes, I get that part. But if you can shoot for that, now, I don't know if she's gonna ask about that question, now your kids can get a chance to be in these other programs, like early college or Scholars Academy. Now they have a chance. Now they have a really good shot at being in those programs. But if they're satisfied with 60 and 61, their GPA is not going to move. Okay? Lastly, please understand, I think we got somebody here from Horry Georgetown. If your student has a 3.0 when they graduate, I don't think it's changed. You can go to any technical school in the state for free. If your child has a 3.0, when they graduate, they can go to any technical college in the state for free, and possibly transition to a 4-year afterwards. But now they only got 2 years straight, maybe 2 years left to complete. So there's so many different paths they can get nowadays. A lot of us didn't have that coming during school. Ms. Pick, if you want to say something off that.
When we talk about that barometer for going to any school in the state, the other thing that's important for us to do is to make sure that students have the resources that they need to go to college. It is a hard conversation sometimes for a student to have a conversation about special education services. That is a difficult conversation for parents to have. That's a difficult conversation for students to have, because for some reason we feel like, as Ms. Goins said earlier, that's one of those elements that shame us. But that's something that students are entitled to if they need it. And we need to make sure that we know a lot of kids who get special education services go on to college. They go on, that's right, baby, you raise your hands, that's right. They go on to college and they go on to be successful. And it's easy for us to navigate. My son had an IEP, and my son is about to finish his first year at Coastal. And that is completely fine. But the conversations, I think Mr. Minoff said earlier, the conversations that you're having at that table, if I can impart anything to a parent, it was easy for me to go through that process because I know where all the bones are buried. I know where all the secrets are. But a lot of us don't know all those secrets. We don't work in the system. So the one thing I can say to you as a parent, when they call you for a meeting, show up for that meeting. If you can't show up for that meeting, ask them to reschedule that meeting so that they can reschedule it at a time that works for you. We use all these acronyms, IEPs, IGPs, AIPs, all these things, 504s. If you don't understand what that means, show up to the meeting. If you can't show up at that time, that school, all you got to do is say, I can't come then. The school will reschedule it at a time that works for you. If they can't reschedule it at a time that works for you, they'll do it by phone. Or just like we use telehealth services for counseling and homebound services, and they can use those services that you can join electronically from your smartphone. And you can see, like FaceTime. But do not just leave other people to make decisions for your children.
Yes.
And have them call somebody. I think that's right. If you can contact Ms. McDavid, and you can contact any of these panelists, and we will help walk you through that. I get people call me all the time. They're not kids that are in Horry County schools, or not kids that belong to any schools that I've worked at, but they call and ask questions. I can give you information. Do not let other people sit around a table and make decisions about your children and you not be there. whether that is the IGP or the IEP or the AIP, which stands for Attendance Intervention Plan. When your kids don't come to school enough, there are legal consequences for that. That is an attendance intervention plan. Lots of times we are working parents. I work. Fortunately, I have a job that if I got to take off to go see about my kid, I was able to do that. Some people don't have that luxury. We don't want you to lose your job for that meeting, but we got to be able to meet you where you are. Do not ignore those meeting notices. When it's an opportunity for you to show up and be a part of that planning process, you need to do that. And case in point, my son is in college, and the meeting that we put in place when he was a senior in high school traveled with him to college, and now he gets those same accommodations that help him be successful in a college setting. So those opportunities and those experiences follow those children because legally they have to.
Okay, do we have any questions? I see some hands in the audience. We want to take some questions.
I just wanted to say also, for parents, if you don't understand what they are talking about or a term that they are using, stop them and say, could you explain that to me? I don't understand. No shame in that. And it's important for you to understand what they are speaking about when they're talking about your child.
And don't. They will wait on you. They have to wait on you. They have to wait on your child. Show up.
We have some hands in the back and one over here.
How you doing? I just wanted to ask, does Horry County have programs outside of what's already in the school to help those parents that can't be around, that don't know the information? And what is Horry County doing in the community to get that information to the parents? Because I meet with parents all the time, and they have children with Down syndrome or other special needs, and they always say that they don't have the support, or either they're not knowledgeable of the support.
Well, one is the Columbia Urban League. They're here. Miss Matt David, I'm saying Miss Matt David, that's her mother-in-law. That's my second grade teacher, y'all. The Columbia Urban League is a program that can provide that level of support. You also have Federation of Families that also do a lot of training about IEPs, about 504 plans. For foster parents, that's free. It allows you to get an understanding of the system and what's behind that system. So I would start, again, with the folks here at the Columbia Urban League. That's available. You can check out their website. The navigators, community navigators, the grade experts, that's the other thing I forgot to mention, the tutoring services. A lot of the tutoring services are also free to try to help these kids get prepared for the grades in higher education. So just keep that in mind as well.
Thank you.
The other thing I would also say is if you are at a Title I school, then by law, Title I schools, in order to receive the funding, have to have parent education programming in place. And so a Title I school is a school in which this is just a real simple definition of it. There are some other pieces of it I don't know. But the simple definition is so many students in that school have to be below a certain poverty level, where a percentage of the school, a high enough percentage of the school have to be receiving free or reduced lunch based on their socioeconomic status. So Title I schools they have to have parent education programming. The other thing that I would urge you to do is when we don't have something in place, we put it in place. When we don't have programs in place to address concerns and questions that we have, then we put it in place. So if you are a parent or you come in contact with a parent who they don't have access to a service that they need for their child, start at the school level. If you don't get it at the school level, call the district level. I tell people all the time, I get calls all the time that have nothing to do with the work that I'm paid to do. But we help get people to the right places.
Okay, we have another question in the green sweater.
Good afternoon. My question is about the tiered program. Explain to me the parent involvement in the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 process.
The Tier 1 program, as Ms. Foster stated, is in the classroom. That's when we differentiate instruction to what all the students need. We have students on, especially at the elementary and primary level, they're all over the board in one classroom. You've got kids almost a year apart in that classroom, so you've got developmental needs as well as different academic needs. So it starts there. When it goes to Tier 2, the parent is notified of the concerns and has been prior. It's not just a one-time concern and we're going to start watching this child. The parent's been involved from parent conferences, from phone calls, from teacher communication. And that's why, again, like Ms. Pickett said, it's important that that parent pick up the phone. The teachers call, the school calls, we send home information, but we need that parent on board. The parent is a team with us. We cannot do what we do without that parent's part. Tier 2 is when it becomes even more important, because then they're going to probably get intervention services with us if they become a Tier 2 student. They're struggling, they're having difficulties. And we have multiple programs in intervention that the student is receiving. It could be ELA or it could be math. And at different grade levels, it changes. What do you have anything else? Right. There have always been some problems and then you talk with the parents and you try to bring them in. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. That starts in the classroom, and we help those educators as much as we can to help those children there. That's where we want to keep it there if we can. But if not, then we're going to do something else. And as far as what we do at St. James, we'll figure it out. It's like Ms. Pickett said, if we don't have it, we're going to get it. We're going to figure it out. We modify different things all the time to meet our students' needs.
We have another question in the back.
So, Mr. Hilton, he mentioned about the grading scale being lower now, and you mentioned the tiers. So, if the grading system or the grading level is lower, if the parent has a higher level for their kid, can they still advocate for their kid to be in this program even though they don't fit maybe the criteria that you're mentioning for the tiers?
I want to speak about that just for a second before you talk about intervention, because that's one thing that I have to explain to parents a lot, because we, as parents, we have high expectations for our children, right? We want them to be above average. And we forget sometimes that the 50th percentile is average. But when you're looking at specialized instruction and sometimes some of these intervention programs, when your child is in the average range, these programs are not going to meet their needs. They're going to be below what that child needs. Does that make sense? Because we're trying to fill gaps. Now, Mr. Hilton could speak to like the high school level. I'm an elementary person. I don't go past now I'm at the 5th grade. That's as high as I go. But we want to be really careful. There are things that the teacher can do within the classroom, and that's why the relationship between parent and teacher is so important. Because if your child is, right there at average or doing just like scooting by, like my 17-year-old. He's really good at just scooting by, and he doesn't think he needs to excel or put extra effort into anything. That's when you can have conversations about, you know, what does he do in the small group instruction that you provide? Can you bump him up to another group? Can you push him? And sometimes I use my guidance department all the time. If it's a child who needs confidence or motivation, I'll always do a guidance referral to see what they can do to help this child, especially if it's the child that's just perfectly fine with the status quo, and trying to build them and get them to understand the importance of, you know, being at your best potential.
And I think to add on to what she was saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I was mentioning about the 84, 85 case may be. Now we know that a lot of students are not strong in all subjects, and that's fine. You know, I wasn't the strongest math person, so I did the best I can. But my mom and dad just set like a goal to try to reach this if you can. Instead of the goal being, like I said, with a 60 is so low, because a lot of these programs do require certain GPAs. And that's only going to help if you want your child to be in a certain program. I know in Williamsburg County, certain programs, they have to have a certain GPA to be in those programs. Just like, so in other words, give you an example. A parent or a family may be struggling with college funds for school, Ms. McDavid, okay? Now, I had to happen to me when I was at Timberland, Ms. Goins, where a student comes to Mr. Hilton, my family I stayed with my grandmother, I don't have funds to go to college. And I said, okay, what's your GPA right now? Oh, it's a 2.7. Oh, you sitting on funds. You the fund. He said, what you mean, Mr. Hilton? I said, let's look at your grades real quick, Ms. Pickett. I said, okay, see what right here, where you made that 71 in English? If you would have made this, it would have boosted your GPA up. So now you might not go to traditional route of going straight to college, but maybe you might have to go through a technical school first, which is free, and then go to the next level. But with you making these low grades in all your classes, you're not giving yourself a chance to get into, whether it's, you know, Scholars Academy. I don't know all the programs they have here in Horry County. But that's the thing with that mindset of being, no, a 60 is passing, Miss McDavid, but it's not passing. Doing something that is being passing. And I don't want the parents to accept that. Now, if your daughter, son is struggling in math and they make a 74, we get that. They don't do well in math. We get that part. But a child shouldn't be making a 65 in PE because they won't go to class. Because that PE grade affects your GPA as well, and that's why a lot of people don't understand that electives affect your grade just as much as English 4 and everything else. It affects your GPA.
Okay.
That he's in the 9th grade, but in his reading, it said that he was reading at a 7th grade level. So in his IEP, there is, you know, a plan as to how they may address it in the classroom. But today is my first time learning about the tiered program and the intervention. So knowing this now, my question is this something that I can potentially advocate for my son to be a part of when it comes to reading? Or do it have to, is this all something that the school is going to say, okay, well, we tried this first, now maybe we can look at this intervention? Can I advocate for that now? And if so, how?
He's in 9th grade?
Right.
He's in 9th grade. Is he taking like English 1? He's diploma track?
Yes.
Right. So you.
Carolina Forest High. Okay. Okay.
we'll get you in contact with the right people. Typically, the interventions that they're talking about from MTSS, that typically takes place at the elementary school level.
Okay.
At the high school level, we need to talk about some different things. But it is so important, and that's why it's so important for us to be a part of those conversations. 9 times out of 10, from a high school perspective, when we talk about pairing or working within our clusters with our elementary and middle school counselors, when we get to the high school level and we have a kid that doesn't graduate at the high school level, most of the times we can have the same conversation with our elementary and middle school counselors and they can say, we knew that was going to happen. Because what happens when these ladies are working with them at the elementary school level, it affects what happens when they get to high school. That student that got that 70 or that 60 in that class, not only did they decrease their GPA, but obviously their foundational knowledge for the next course isn't where it needs to be. You can't do well in Algebra 2 if you failed Algebra 1. If you got a D in Algebra 1, you probably aren't going to get an A in Algebra 2 or Algebra 3.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, we have time for
Talking to me?
one more
So
question.
we need to, I'll get your information.
And before, I do have, for those parents, I brought a couple of, if you don't have a copy, I did bring a copy of the 10th point grading scale if you need it. So you see how the grades work. So I did bring a copy. If you want a copy, that's fine.
Hello, kings and queens. How y'all doing today? I just have 2 questions, real brief. Ms. Pickett was speaking about programs that we can place into position when they are not already available. So myself, I'm an advocate against predators inside of our children's homes, and like he was saying, it's an issue with trauma inside of our schools. So what are we doing in order to put placement, like myself as people, for advocates for our children, and making programs available when they are dealing with things like that so they have protection, and knowing that they can speak up for themselves to a place that they can be comfortable and safe to be able to speak to someone like myself to protect them inside of their home. Because a lot of times the reason why our children are dealing with the trauma they're dealing with is because the home is the problem and the parent is the problem. So when dealing with a parent, when you go outside of your home to deal with individuals like us to help them, how do I find the protection when I can't even speak about it because I gotta go home to this parent? So I just wanted to speak to someone about how in all schools of Horry County could I put in position programming to find safety for our babies when they're not being protected and being sexually abused.
Sometimes it's not necessarily putting a program in our schools, but making sure that your information and references and resources are there. So if you are an outside resource, even though it may not happen in our schools, because a lot of things have to go on before something comes into our schools. But you can certainly drop off your information at the school in your community and make sure that administrators, counselors know that you are a referral if people have questions about how to help.
So how far up do you go? Because when you go into schools like myself, you get a off look, like they don't want to deal with you because of what you're coming to speak about. So how far do I go to the school board, or who do I deal with? Because going into schools is not always.
As a
the
public
way.
citizen, you can always sign up to speak at the school board meeting. There's a process for that. You have to call and you have to get on the agenda. There's a process for that. But you can always refer your information to the people in that school. Here's the thing that people have to realize about schools is that you can't walk into a school and always have access to kids. You just can't. There's a process for that.
But that's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah, but it ain't like that today. Yeah.
We need a middle person. We need a bridge.
If you go to that school and you don't get some satisfaction from that school level principal, then that school level principal has a
Yeah.
Every, is this thing on? I don't read this. Every school level principal has a supervisor. It's not on. Is this one on? All right, every school level principal has a supervisor. They're called executive directors. If you don't get any satisfaction from that school level principal, then what you would need to do is call the district office and ask for, if it's elementary school, ask for the elementary school executive director. If it's middle school, ask for the middle school executive director. If it's high school, ask for the high school executive director. Those people will make sure that you get what you need. Okay. So it's not an issue of whether or not, if they're going to help you. We're a public service organization. Okay. We're a public school. We're going to help you. All right. Okay?
Thank you. Okay,
One
we
more
have
question I
we have
got.
time for one more question, and then we are going to take a lunch break. But if we do not get to your question, make sure and make contact with these people while they're in the room, because that's what they're here for, to provide you with sources that you can take back into your home and your community. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
this may help somebody else. We talk about ADHD. I have a grandson, I have 8 grandchildren, and one of them, all his school life in Memphis, Tennessee, he was being treated for ADHD. He was dopey, he wouldn't, sluggish, didn't want to eat. So the last 2 years, my daughter took him off, but he always wanted to be in the Air Force. And I took him to the Air Force recruiting office, and I'm proud to say that he is a staff sergeant in the United States Air Force Base, working in intelligence. Now, how do you figure that out?
Thank you so much.
Jesus.
That's a perfect way to end our discussion in navigating an education journey together. Thank you so much for our panelists. I appreciate it. And we are now going to take a break. We're going to have lunch, and we will have Ms. Jennifer Singleton come in front of us to provide us with a look into the Gullah Geechee culture.
Hello? Okay, at the back table, I hope everyone's enjoying our conference thus far. We do have box lunches, so what we want you to do is to go to the back, and Miss Smalls has the lunch boxes for you. Get yourself a lunch and come back to the table. And once we have everyone seated back at the table, we don't want you to miss the storytelling piece from Miss Jennifer Singleton. So if you'll get your lunch, bring it back to the table, then we'll begin our storytelling. Thank you.
I'm going to do the grace in Gullah Geechee. Pray like this, shall Father say. We, Father, we there in heaven. Let everybody honor your name. We pray that soon you're going to rule over the world, and whatsoever thing you want, let them be so in this old world. Same like they do in heaven. Give we the food what we need this day, yeah, and every day. If you give we for we sins, same like we to forgive them people for what do bad to we. Let we done have had tests when Satan try we. Amen. Hey, how Hannah doing today? Y'all are doing all right? I know I'm in a room full of educators, but I am a Gullah Geechee storyteller, and if y'all didn't know, Gullah Geechee is now known as a language and not a dialect. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you my story behind that. I'm gonna give you the story firsthand. I was in about second grade, 7 years old, and I went to school and I started talking to my teacher the way we would talk at home in Gullah Geechee. My teacher wanted to send me to speech therapy because I want to talk regular, proper English, as they call it. Well, the teacher decided that I was supposed to go to speech therapy. She's going to call my mom. She's going to tell her whatever she had to tell her. And I got to the teacher, and I said something to her. She said, "Where you going over there for?" I said, "Now, who's speaking Gullah now?" So when you think of us speaking in bad language, it was not bad language. It was something that we grew up with. It was our own first language. It was our understanding. English is our second language. So that's my story about not sending me to speech therapy because I really didn't need it. I didn't. Now, when you learn about Gullah Geechee, you should think about the low country of South Carolina. But actually, the corridor line goes from Jacksonville, Florida, all the way to North Carolina. Jacksonville, Florida, all the way up to North Carolina, some parts of Virginia and West Virginia. All along the water areas is where we have all of the Gullah Geechee people. The Gullah Geechee word, see, I can't even speak. Originated from the word Angola. They took the "an" off and they used the word Gola. They took it from the word Gola to the word Gullah. But the Gullah only came from the Europeans because they wanted to make it sound good. We are known as the Gola people. Gola people. Now, there's some phrases that they said back in the day, like, "Day clean." How many of y'all been up before day clean? Ain't that yet? This man, y'all been up before day clean. What I mean? You been up early this morning before the sun come up. And what does the other one mean? Can't see the can't see. That means day clean too. Because you can't see from can't see. That means from sun up to sundown. When it's dark in the morning, it's dark at night, you coming in. Or I ain't cracking my teeth all day. Anybody know what that mean? I ain't cracking my teeth all day. I eat all day, that's close. I ain't cracking my teeth all day. I haven't cracked my teeth all day, haven't said a word, haven't opened my mouth, haven't done nothing with my mouth. I ain't cracking my teeth all day. Or some of y'all can contest to this line. My head led me. My head led me. My head led me. What does it mean? Say it again. My head left me. I cannot remember anything. They would sit under that tree and say, "Gal, I remember nothing. My head led me, gal. I can't remember not a thing." Or they would say, yeah, I got my notes up here, y'all, because see, COVID done made me very forgetful lately. Or they say, "What size is? What size is?" What side is? This one here, I've been in Charleston too long. So I said, what side he is? That means what side of father you on, what side mommy you on, what side he on? What side he is? That when you y'all know when we started dating, I'm a female, so I date men. I pronounce myself as she, her. Okay, but y'all know when you start dating and you go to your grandmama and say, "Oh, we mama and daddy, them name us. Oh, that's them brown people. Oh, what side he is? What side of time you from, y'all?" Because they didn't want us to date our cousins because they did enough of that for us. And a lot of us have to get back to family reunion because our children are starting to date their cousins again, y'all. They don't know who they is because the family ain't like they used to be. We all used to be on grandmama's floor, laid out. I mean, it could be 20 of us all at grandmama's house at the same time, and we knew who each other was. These children today don't know first cousin from second cousin from third cousin, and they're starting to date each other again. Brother and sister ain't know each other because daddy been messing around. Y'all better get them to know. Let them. Don't be mad at the other woman, but the man who did it. Get these children together so they can know who each other is. Don't be mad at the child. The child ain't the problem, y'all. I am a part of this advocacy with this Columbia League, y'all, so I have to tell y'all the truth. If y'all find out y'all had a sister 50 years later, now you're looking at mom and daddy, well, what happened? What's going on, yeah? So, yes, get these children together. So now I'm going to tie my mouth. Y'all know what I mean? I got to be quiet. I can tie my mouth. I can shut up. Because I might say too much. Then we also have... When my grandmama and them was growing up, they ain't had much. Now, this is when old people had a whole bunch of children. My great-grandparents had 12. Some days they didn't know how they was going to feed them, but they made do. So I'm going to tell y'all the story about how my great-grandfather fed his family fox. Red Fox at that. Well, he liked to go hunting. And him and his boys, they go hunting. They get the rabbits, the squirrels, the birds, the coons, the alligator, the cutter, and anything else they could have hunted. Well, him and his boy one day, they been going hunting. And they going out there, and he just shoot. Pow! He go look. And when he looked down, he see a red fox. So he take that fox on back home. He drag him on back home to his wife, babe, which was my great-grandmama. She look at that fox, and she look at that man. And she said, why supposed to do the shot? Him say, you go cook them and we go eat them. Well, she take his pot out and put some water in them. She boil them now hard enough for the fur to come off the fox. Then she take that fox and she split them up into little pieces of meat. She a clean pot, put some bell pepper, onion, celery, or whatever else she could put in that pot and put some good seasoning in there. Put them on top of the cast iron stove. And she let them slow cook all night long. Next morning, she get up, her stomach to brrrr. Y'all know that's that morning growl when you're hungry. Well, then she hear boom, 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 boom at the door. So she go open the door, and all the manzy friends sitting out in the yard. So before they could say good morning, the center knocked them back. They said, Grandy, that pot is sure smell good. I wonder if she in the mind fix we a plate before we go out here in those woods. So she going in the kitchen, she fix everybody a plate. Everybody start to eat their food. They say, ooh, boy, this thing sure tastes good. Boy, that's the best home-cooked meal I had me in a long time. This thing eat good. The other man said, boy, I had nothing good like this shit in a whole week. I wonder she and she looked at him with a smile. She put both hands on her Kimbo. She said, sure. There been old red fox paw bring here the other day, and they all start to Why you ain't tell us what that been? We's don't eat no fox. More of the story, y'all ever go to a Gullah Geechee person house, you better ask them what in the pot before you ask them for a plate out of the pot. Because y'all might be sitting there eating cutter stew, turtle, catfish head, squirrel, coon, rabbit, deer meat. Y'all eat it. If you're hungry, you eat them. If it smell good and you taste them, you might eat them. I remember the first time I cooked conch stew. And my son said, conch stew. And my son said, Mama, you could put that you could put that snail in your mouth. And he looked at me. He said, ooh, it here stink. I love my conch stew. I am part Jamaican too. Why not eat my conch stew? Let's see. The other story we got about cooking. Now, how many of y'all raised up on a farm? And y'all used to mess around with things and get in trouble y'all ain't supposed to get into any? Y'all know what trouble is. Trouble is trouble. Well, my grandmama and granddaddy had a farm, and they had a hog pen. They keep a water barrel in the back of that hog pen for the cutter that they used to catch out the Dutch. Well, me and my cousin and we like to go back there, and we like to go poke around in the barrel because the cutter right back at you. You poke around in that barrel, right? So one day, I going back there in that barrel, ain't but nothing in there to poke around at. So I going back in the house. I go and look on the stove. Grandmama got 2, 3 pot on the stove, boiling. I mean boiling hard. I look on the counter, even 4 turtle shell. Now, mind y'all, we done named them Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael, and Donatello. Because we the 80s, baby. We grew up with Ninja Turtle. So all the churn still out in the yard. And I run out there. I said, ah! Ah! And they said, well, we're around. I said, Granny done cooked Donatello, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Michelangelo. We ain't eating tonight. To this day, I still don't know what turtle stew tastes like. So that is what they call coulda back in the day. If you saw a turtle that was in the ditch and you'd go tell grandmama that turtle, yeah, go on, get him and bring him back, yeah. Oh, Granny, what you could do with the turtle? Now I know. Yeah, now I know. Now, my granddaddy and grandmother on my mother's side, my grandfather was West Indies and my grandmother was Blackfoot Native American. So she stood this high and high yellow as I don't know what, but mean as a heart attack. Now, they ended up with 12 children, only 9 survived. And one day my granddaddy, he told me the story about how she wanted to be big. So he said, okay, you want to be big? And take a 1 shot. So he gave him that 1 shot. And it wasn't 9 months. It was about 6.5 months later, she went into labor. 6.5 months later, she went into labor with this baby. Now, mind y'all, these are the times when we did not have doctors. We had people that called themselves midwives. And they had no idea what they were doing. So my granddaddy said when the midwife pulled the baby out, the midwife squeezed the baby. And they thought he wasn't going to make it. Mind y'all, the baby is 65 years old now, okay? Calm down. But when they pulled him out, he only weighed less than a pound. So they considered him to be a shoebox baby. That's the only thing they had was a shoebox to put him in. And he fit right on in that shoebox. And they towed him around on top of a puller in a shoebox until he was big enough to go inside a little hand cradle that they can tote around like a basket. So we called my uncle, his name is Widrow, the shoebox baby. What other story I need to tell y'all? Okay, how many of y'all know how to get married? Ain't nobody know how to get married in here? Nobody know how to get married. Everybody single? She said now. Well, back in the day, our ancestors actually did not, on the plantation, they weren't actually allowed to get married. So what they did was they gathered around a tree. And everybody who wanted to be a part of it, they gathered around a tree and they said their little lines or whatever they said. And it was going to jump the broom was a part of our way that we celebrated. And once we got married, y'all know where that broom went at? Over the top of our bed or under our bed to synchronize our wed. Yeah. I need more interaction. Y'all look like y'all sleeping. Y'all ain't want to be married no more. It's okay. What was your word? I done did that. Done that. Yeah, been there, done that. And they ain't going back. Now, knowing that Gullah Geechee people have this language, y'all know there was 14 different languages combined to make one language? Yeah, it's 14 different language combined with the European language to make the Gullah Geechee language. Because when we came over here in different tribes. And different tribes had different languages. I mean, at one point in time, this is how they talk. If you didn't understand it, you wouldn't know what they were talking about. So when we got to the plantations, we had no idea what them people wanted to talk about. We had no idea what they were saying. So we had to take our African language and their European language and blend it together to make the language that we have today as Gullah Geechee language. So when they said wine, they're going. When they said vex, you made them mad. When they said come here, that means you came here. When they said banya, that means you're born here. Banya, come here. So y'all know how we say the word abandon? The word is abandon. Or have you been born? Not born, born. And a child is born in the early morning. Born. So when you hear someone speak in this language, you should know that it's not a broken language. It's not Ebonics. It's not twisted of the town, but it's our language. It's our Gullah Geechee language, and it's their first language. You don't chastise a child that came from Spain. You don't chastise a child that come from Mexico. You teach them English. And my crazy thing about it is we get chastised because we don't know how to speak Spanish or we don't know how to speak the other languages, but we in America, we speak English. Make the language class not so hard for the students. It's a barrier. Y'all bring it to us. It's a barrier. When I go to Jamaica, they let me come on in, no problem. We're wrong with y'all. I'm going to leave this open. If anybody got questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those too. Yes, ma'am. Sure. You want me to grab something to show them? Grab the big one. So Sweetgrass Basket, I started when I was about 7 years old, and I'm going to tell y'all, there's another story that comes with that. I'm a big storyteller, y'all. And these stories are not lies. There's all truths about family or truths about me. When I was 7 years old, I was a tomboy. Listen, if y'all couldn't put a pants on under my dress, I was putting it over my dress. If my mama sent me out the house, believe it or not, there was a pants under that dress because she didn't know what her crazy daughter was going to do that day. So in the summertime, I was able to play with 7 boy cousins. They didn't know what they were getting themselves into neither. So I would beat them up, make them cry, and they'd go back to my auntie and they'll tell on me. She hit me. She made me cry. So my aunt said, come on in, your gal. Let me teach you how to do something. And I look at her. I said, teach me how to do what? And she said, I'm going to teach you how to do these baskets. I said, and I got to clean up after I finish them basket. She said, yeah, what wrong with you? What wrong with you? I said, so y'all know, child, when you tell a child they got to do something that they don't want to do, they're going to huff, they're going to puff, and they ain't going to want to do it. Well, I huffed, I puffed, and I still had to do it. And I made a bird nest. My first basket looked like a bird made it with his pecks for his children to sit down in. As the years went on, I got better and better. By the time I was about 14, that was 7 years difference. I can make a basket from the start to finish. Now, 33 years have passed by, almost 34. Yeah, about 19 more days. I turned 40-something. But it turned into a passion now because now I go around to schools, I go around to different events, I go around to churches, I go around every and anywhere that I go, and I speak on the basket, I speak on the Gullah Geechee culture, and it never has started unless I was not a tomboy. Because if I wasn't beating them boys up, y'all think my Aunt Stowe was going to teach me how to do something with these hands? The baskets were used as tools when the men were the very first to make these baskets. A boy had to be 9 years old or older He had to weave these or sew these baskets watertight. If it ain't watertight, him can't be a man. They made these baskets down by the riverside, so close to the riverside where he could take them, put them in the water, and if the water falls through, you got to try again. You had to become a man by weaving a basket tight enough for water to hold. Now, back then, they actually did the split oak and bulrush in their baskets. They also lined it with tar. Y'all ever heard of Moses in the bulrush basket? Oh, the biblical people in here. What happened? Well, his mama did the same exact thing. She lined his basket in tar so he would not get wet when she put him down the Nile River. These baskets has been along since then. And yes, we do still use bulrush because bulrush is very prevalent near the water. We also use sweetgrass, pine needles, and palm. Palm is now our thread instead of split oak. The bulrush is our thickest material, makes the basket nice and hard. Sweetgrass is always going to be our lightest material with the palm. Now, when they use these baskets on the fields in the plantation, because plantation owners only brought us and they did not bring any tools for us to use in the rice plantation, they would pick. And knowing that Georgetown is one of the oldest rice plantations still alive today, if y'all go to Georgetown, get that rice. Don't get that yellow bag rice because we ain't know where that coming from no more. But Georgetown still has a rice plantation that still makes rice to this day, called Carolina Gold. Now, what they do with this basket, I'm going to put this microphone down. Please don't cut me off, people in the back, okay? So they would take that rice and they would put it in this basket. And when they go into the wind, they would husk that basket into the wind. And as they husked it into the wind, the rice stayed in the basket. Everything else floated to the ground. By the time they were finished, they had up to 80 pounds of rice in one basket. They could tote it on top of their head. They could tie their babies on their back. The other children with the meat, the water, the wood, the vegetables, and anything else that they had needed. They walked 5, 10, even 15, 20 miles if they had to with that rice on top of their head. Still to this day, in some cases in Africa, they still walk with these baskets on their head because it gives them a free hand to do whatever they need to do. Any other questions? Yes, sir. I didn't bring my Bible today, but I did read the scripture. Yeah, I read the Other Father prayer earlier. You want me to read it again? I got it. I got it in my cheat book. Yes, ma'am. Yes. You're so welcome. Language. No dialect language. Okay. Go ahead now, Cookie. Go ahead now, gal. Kill them, gal. You better go on back to the office and let them boys know I is Gala Geechee. I is a Geechee gal. Yes, ma'am, and I am proud woman. I got you. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move into our last panel discussion. And we will have a little segue into discussion, which would be a little bit about myself, since I did not introduce myself earlier. So I am Dawn Felder Boren. I am from the big city of Ridgeville, South Carolina. Ridgeville, which is within the Gullah Geechee Heritage Corridor. Like here, I have 4 children. I have 3 boys and 1 daughter. I have a bachelor's in legal studies. I also have an MBA from, you all see my water cooler from FAMU. I have another master's in information technology, enterprise architecture. I've been in data analytics and information technology for about 12 years. I also served as a municipal judge for the state of South Carolina for about 6 years, and I completed some international residencies in the countries of Ghana and Togo. So thanks for having me as your moderator, and we will move into our next panel discussion. Thank you, which is access granted. We are missing one of our panelists on the list, but we do have Miss Etta Green, Director of Adult Education from Horry County Schools, and we're gonna pass around the microphone if you have one. If you don't have one, I'll pass one around so we can go ahead and actually, I want you to introduce yourself to the audience and tell us what your organization is about and how you provide services to the community.
Good afternoon. My name is Annette Holmes. I'm employed with South Carolina Youth Advocate Program. Our state office is in Columbia, South Carolina. Our office here is on 148 Elks Drive, which is next to the Moose Lodge. We license therapeutic foster homes. The children that we serve are from DSS and sometimes from DJJ. Our therapeutic foster care program is a step down between regular foster care and kids being into an institution. We feel that that is the least restrictive. What we do, we ask our foster parents to bring these kids in their home, make them a part of their family, help them to be successful, to learn resources in order for them to be able to take care of themselves when they leave. The good thing about therapeutic foster care is that even though we're working with DSS children, we don't necessarily have to focus on parents. We can focus on that child, what needs that child has, what all we can do to make that child a successful citizen once they leave our program. We provide tutoring services. We provide behavior management. We, when they come into care, like within the first 30 days, we do a diagnostic assessment so that we can make sure that whatever services they need, that we're going to be able to provide for them. We work as a team as far as setting up a treatment plan and finding out what all of the necessary needs that the child might need. We encourage our foster parent to encourage them to participate in activities at school, things that they might not have a chance to do whenever they're at home. We encourage them to take them on vacations, expose them to, and when we say vacation, we don't mean you have to go to New York or you have to go to Florida. Some of these kids have never seen the water here. Some of them have never been in a restaurant. That's right. So we just want to give them the opportunity to experience what everybody else, as we can say, normal do. We encourage our foster parents to, what I learned from working at DSS, prior to coming here, I worked at DSS for 7 years. And I learned quite quickly that we can want what we want for these kids, but unless they want it for themselves, it's not gonna work.
Amen.
So it's not, you're gonna bring somebody in there and you're gonna change them to what you want them to be. You have to have open communication. It's important what they want. It's important what they need. And it's important that we listen. So we provide our foster parents with ongoing training. They have CPR and first aid training. They have CPI, which is crisis intervention training, because we do not allow physical punishment, corporal punishment, so they have to find ways to get their point across, to redirect their behaviors without going down that route. We encourage them to not try to replace the parent, because a lot of kids they're not looking for a mom or dad, but they're looking for somebody that's gonna care for them and provide for them and be truthful to them. Our kids that we serve have been in foster care for an extended period of time. They've been there, done that, heard that, and got the t-shirt. So we encourage our parents to be honest. You know, they've heard, you're welcome to stay here forever. But then the first time something happens, it's like, oh, you're gonna have to leave from here, or, you know, and they know that, you know what I mean? They've heard that. So even though they're making strides and whatever, a lot of times they try to sabotage it because of the fact that they've been turned away so many times. So if you're a foster parent and you've got a child that's doing extremely, extremely well, and then all of a sudden it's like, who is this I have in my house? It could be because they're feeling so comfortable, and because of the fact that they've had to move from other places and not have any say-so in it, that could be their defense mechanism to be in charge. So what we ask is that, you know, I always say that it takes a special person to bring a stranger within their home and make them a part of the family. I have worked with this agency for 31 years. I worked with DSS for 7. I can work with kids all day long, but I cannot promise you that I can be a foster parent. So if there's anybody in the audience that has a heart or has a desire to bring somebody in your home and make them a part of your family, we would gladly accept you in our program. You would have the support. Each child that we have in our care has a treatment coordinator who has contact with the parent on a weekly basis. We have other support staff that, you know, if a foster parent gets in a rut and can't do something, then they have somebody that can help them out. We provide as much support as we possibly can, because foster parents are just as important as the kids that we serve. Because without foster parents, they wouldn't be here, nor would I be sitting in this chair. So if anybody under the sound of my voice right now is interested in becoming a foster parent, just please get in touch with me before we go. I promise you that I will help you with anything that you need. And that's basically it.
Thank you. Now that's a mouthful. My name is Etta Green Carter. My day job, I am Horry County Schools Adult Education Director. So as it implies, I work with adults. We take kids from 16, I think my oldest student is about 85. These students that come to adult education, is a voluntary program. They can earn their GED or their high school diploma. Lots of people come to sharpen their skills because they want to return to school or making a change in the workforce, so they need to learn computer skills or whatever the case may be. And then we also service people who come into the United States and they don't know English. We work with employers too to meet their needs. For example, we just had an employer send some people over to learn how to do PowerPoint. So my buildings are open 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, Monday through Thursday, and 8 to 2 on Fridays. We have 2 base sites in Horry County, 13 satellites, including J. Reuben Long Detention Center and Voc Rehab. The thing about adult education is that I have the flexibility that if it deals with somebody between the ages of 16 and above who is not in a public regular K through 12 school, if we don't have a program to meet their needs, we can design it. So it's good to know that we can do that. Now, my other work. I live in a rural part of this county, Green Sea Loris area. It is rural. It does not have an indoor recreation facility. It is Title I, like Ms. Pickett was talking about. So I work with the Finkley Community Center, owned by the Finkley High and Loris Training School Alumni Association. It was one of the 3 segregated schools that served African Americans during segregation. The alumni bought it back. So I am the lead person that works with the youth. So we run an after-school program that's free to youth since 2017, between 3 and 6, Monday through Friday, and the parents pay absolutely nothing. We are funded by private donation and grant writing and things of that nature, but we are always looking for new partners. And in the summer, we service 8 to 4. We service the students in the summers free of charge, or $25 every 2 weeks, which is about as free as we can make it. In addition to that, we also have adult education services there too. But the whole idea is to create a hub for services for people in rural communities so that they can get what they need.
Thank you so much.
I'm Tamara Green. I am the executive director at Freedom Readers. We are a local nonprofit. Here we serve Horry, Georgetown, and Williamsburg County. We have several programs, but the main one that I guess we're mostly known for is our after-school tutoring program. We pair students one-to-one with a volunteer, and they do reading practice, reading strategies, and I think what I love most about the Freedom Readers program is we also take that extra step to make sure that students are comfortable and confident in their reading and are actually able to get up, and we do speeches at the end of every meeting that they have with their tutor. We're currently serving about 97 kids right now across Georgetown and Horry County, but in any given year we can serve up to about 200 children, and again, that's matched one-to-one with a volunteer. So she made a call to action for foster parents. I'm gonna make a call to action for volunteers. We can only serve as many children as people are willing to come out and help. And it's not a big lift. We have some volunteers here today. Y'all wanna wave your hands from our MIO Center. I saw one. There she is, she's over there. But we can only serve as many as volunteers that we can get. It's about a 2-hour commitment a week. 10 sessions in one semester, so we do fall, spring, and we do even a summer session at some sites as well. So we are looking for more volunteers so that it's not that we have plenty of children signed up to want to do Freedom Readers. And also, I put this out to Mr. Hilton, we're getting a lot more calls about middle school students and high school students that are still having those reading deficits that may have somehow missed their tiered intervention or something went awry. But when we have 6th and 7th grade students reading at 2nd and 3rd grade reading levels, it's a serious issue that, one time a week isn't really going to fix, right? So we are we're an after school, we're a support system. We work very closely with our school districts in order to meet those needs and in those communities. We do try to target communities that are low income, just kind of based on the data, but that can vary, and what that looks like varies from community to community. We currently have 10 sites right now across those 2 counties, and we're looking to add 2 more in Williamsburg County. We might be back out to Green Sea with a book club, but we are really working hard to, I want to say pre-COVID, get back to what our pre-COVID sites were, which was about 20 sites. But kind of going through COVID taught us some things as well. We can't do things the way that we were doing them, and we're going to support children the way that they really need to be supported. So if you're interested in volunteering or interested in having a child participate, we do serve kids currently K through 5th grade. But again, if they have some other needs, we do have our virtual reading lab as well. So say they can't make it to a community center or after school site, we can do it virtually with them with a time that fits them best as well. So we do have some resources.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Hello. I am Juanita Dean Bates. I'm hesitant because when it comes to speaking about what I do at the Columbia Urban League, I don't have as many hats to show you based on what we do at the Urban League. One of the things that we do is this, what we're doing today with our equity and excellence in education. We are a statewide program. Ms. McDavid, who invited you all here today, is our PD coordinator. I'm just going to ask, as I call them, they just stand up so that you can truly see who they are. My Midlands regional manager is Antonia Davis. My Low Country regional manager is Mr. Kendrick Bannister. Our parent navigator in the Low Country is Ms. Michelle Cobb. And our technical person and our website design and all of the good stuff that you see on our website for our program, Ms. Angel Lyles Grayer. I'm also going to introduce the person that keeps us all in check, and that would be Ms. Mary Williams. She is our compliance officer. So when I say she keeps us in check, she makes sure we are checking all the boxes that the South Carolina Department of Education says that we have to check in order to do this program. And it is statewide. The young lady, the two young ladies that work in the upstate weren't able to make it today. That's just one of the things that we do. The Columbia Urban League is a nonprofit organization that advocates for people of color, disadvantaged people. We don't put a price tag on it. Everything the Urban League does for the community is free. So when I was listening to you talk about SCF, I used to be a foster parent for you all. Thank you. The Columbia Urban League had a program, Level Up, for 22 years where we served nothing but foster care youth and youth on Medicaid, providing them with the bridge building services that they may not have gotten while they were in either their foster home or in school. We provided all the social, emotional, and educational little things that people don't really think about, teaching them work ethics and things of that nature. The Columbia Urban League is, right now we just got finished, our Black History Month program where we honored over 1,500 high school seniors across the state in 14 different counties across the state that have a 3.0 or better GPA. We don't hear about those young people on the news. That's not who we hear about. What we hear about is that 15 or 16-year-old that broke into somebody's house, or they just had a fight somewhere. Earlier on, and I'm sorry to go on a tangent, but young people are my passion. Working with them and ensuring that they have everything that they need in order to be successful. See, as adults, sometimes we get in our own way when it comes to raising young people. We don't want to, and I heard somebody say we need to listen. And as my grandmother used to say, that's why you got 2 eyes, 2 ears, and only 1 mouth. Sometimes we need to close our mouth and listen to what our young people are saying to us. If we listen to what they're saying to us, we'll know exactly how we need to help them. One of the things that the Urban League does extremely well, we try to listen to our young people. We don't go into the community and say, this is what you need. No. Tell me what you need and let us develop a program around it. We had people that came to us and said, there's nothing for the 10 to 13-year-olds to do because only the 14 and older can work. So the Columbia Urban League developed a youth development academy for 10 to 13-year-olds. When the gun violence got so bad just in the city of Columbia, we changed the name to Safe Haven to give our young people a safe place from 10 to 13 to go. We have our STEP program. That helps all of those that are 14 and older, 14 to 19, with summer jobs, so that we can serve as many young people as possible. They get to work 2 weeks. They earn a $300 stipend. That is not anything that's taxable. That is theirs, straight up the top, $300. We put last summer, I don't want to give the wrong number, but if I remember correctly, it was 298 young people to work 2 weeks. We are only able to do the things that we do through grants and through donations. Now, if I understand correctly, my friend on the end here, you work for Boeing.
Yes, I do.
Boeing is one of our biggest supporters when it comes to young people in apprenticeship and our summer jobs program. So I want to thank you personally for what you all do.
Thank you.
They have been with us now for the past 10 years in supporting our summer work program and our apprenticeship program. Our apprenticeship program starts with young people that are 16 and a half, soon to be 17, all the way up until they graduate from college. We also have our college internship program. So if you have young people that are in college, and if they're going to the University of South Carolina State, Clemson, and they're going to be in the Columbia area, have them call the Columbia Urban League. Send us their resume, because we're taking resumes right now so that we can keep our talent here in South Carolina. I am so tired of, and I'm not from here, please don't get, I am not from here. Let me be clear, I'm originally from East Orange, New Jersey. I am a byproduct of South Carolina and New Jersey. I am a true Southern Northern girl, okay? And I have been here. One of the things my parents instilled in us is that you need to know where you live. So because I lived in Columbia and because I live in the state of South Carolina, I took that upon myself. I need to know what's around me, who's around me, and our talent is leaving the state of South Carolina. The fact that we don't have teachers here because we don't pay enough for teachers to continue to want to stay in the state of South Carolina and teach. I have friends, they went straight to the north. They graduated from here, they're working in DC, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Virginia, because they can make more money. And that's a sad state of affairs, and I'm the product of an educator. Of 31 years, she taught special education. So again, all of this is near and dear to me. If you want to know anything more about the Columbia Urban League, because honestly, I can go on for days and talk about the agency that I work for, because when I go to work, I don't consider it to be work. And it's not for me. I can tell you sometimes the staff look at me and be like, Ms. Dean, are you for real? Because I will be there when they get there, and sometimes I'm there when they leave. I have cut vacation short to come back into the office to get something done. To me, working for the community is that is what God has said, that is what I'm to do. So I give of myself, selflessly, and sometimes more detrimental to myself than need to be. That's where we come into that mental health and self-care. Yeah. But I say all that to say the Columbia Urban League is here to work for you. Now, you don't have an Urban League in Horry County, but you have a representative that is here working in the PD area. And if it is something that you all need, Ms. McDavid has no hesitation in calling our office and saying, Ms. Dean, is there anything that we can do for this? How can we do this? And we'll try and get it done. And if we can't, we'll try to find the resources to give to her for her to go somewhere else to find what it is that may be needed. So with that, Kendrick.
Hello, everybody. So I'm gonna do some house cleaning before I even say who I am. So Ms. McDavid, thank you for having this, you and Jackie. And they came down to Gullah Harambe, and they presented for me on my event down there, and it was beautiful. But the biggest thing that I appreciate from all of that she took the time out to call Dawn up, who's my program coordinator. So that let me know that our program is actually transcending and doing what is supposed to be done, because it wasn't me she called Dawn and highlighted on that level. So, and she actually was the cultural awareness director for our whole program that weekend. So I definitely want to say thank you for that, and thank you for accepting the phone call.
Absolutely.
The other thing is that we have Gullah Harambe vendors. Gullah Harambe is an event that I created to take Black history from being a concept of once a month through the whole state, through the whole year. And we're working with McMaster Clyburn and Dr. DaCosta of the Minority, the Coalition, to make that happen. So I've been in Myrtle Beach the last 2 weekends on extensions of Gullah Harambe, so that means together we can. So, and that's inclusive to everything that's going on in here. Together we can. The second thing I like to say is to my mom, I am a product of a single parent. So my mom is here with me, and I definitely want y'all to know she's my everything. So, been blessed to marry my kindergarten girlfriend, 6 beautiful kids, 2 grandkids. I used to play with little ponytails in kindergarten, and we saw Miss Palmer, our kindergarten teacher, about 5 years ago, because we're going on 19 years married. And Miss Palmer said, "You guys together?" I said, "Yep." I cried, it's me on her little mat, and now I sleep on the recliner. Well, with that being said, so I'm the regional manager for Dorchester, Berkeley County, and Charleston counties for the Columbia Urban League in our concept, the Low Country. And we want to thank the Columbia Urban League for doing what they're doing to facilitate advocating for parents. Parents advocating for their kids. But I am also the chief visionary of a program called The Crate, Creating Atmosphere Through Excellence. So I know there was a lady up here earlier said, how can we do things in our community if the school doesn't comply or have it? You go and build it yourself. That's what we did. My grandmother, God rest her soul, she said to me, she said, "Son, for we know when you were born, you're surely gonna die. What about your dash?" So in 1993, in high-rise dormitory at Claflin College, now university, the Crate was born. It was birthed there. And throughout the halls and all that stuff, we matriculated through Morehouse. And today we are 30-some years, 31 years strong. And the thing about it is, it's hard to do something for a family person or someone in the community and take a picture. So now with the way social media is, if you're not doing anything unless you're taking pictures. So we've got over 700 plus kids, full scholarships throughout college. I got my first kid into Dartmouth. We got our first kid last year going full ride at Dartmouth. So what we do, we're a hub. We truly give the family the whole nuance of everything they need to be successful. Because what happens is you take little Johnny at the school and you can fix little Johnny. But little Johnny goes back home and home is tore up. What happens now? So what we started doing was going into the home and just trying to fix the whole home in every aspect. So with all that being said, my hashtag is, I'm just a dad. That's all I am. And I thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of our panelists for access granted. We appreciate everything that you do for the community and giving yourself selflessly to the children here. Miss Juanita reminded me of something. I do work for Boeing, and I would like to let you know that I am also a member of the National Society of Black Engineers. I will be in Atlanta for our national conference in 2 weeks, the week of the 20th, and we will be recruiting summer internships for engineering, and we will be hiring for the Boeing Company. So if you know any college students that will be at the National Society of Black Engineer Conference, please get with me. I will give you my information so I can try to work them into getting an interview. So thank you so much to our panelists. I will hand it back over to Miss Felicia and Miss, what is she? Miss Jackie.
I want to thank all of our panelists in this last panel. If you all can take your seats, or if you can stay here if you'd like. But let's give a round of applause to our facilitator for today. I want to thank Dawn. This is an awesome young lady, a wonderful role model for our community, and just a beautiful person. And so I'm so proud to share the stage with her, and I appreciate you, Dawn. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. While I'm here, I'm going to do a few acknowledgments, and then I'm going to let Ms. Como finish up for us. Thank all of you for being here today. Thank you to our vendors. I want to start by acknowledging this church, Timberlake Baptist Church. Let's give them a round of applause. And the pastor, Pastor Ward, he is an awesome, awesome man of God. He's also an awesome supporter of education and of me personally. When I was principal just across the highway, he was always there whenever I needed him. And when I did need him, he was praying for me when I didn't even know it. So he has allowed us to be in this facility today and to utilize this facility, and for that we thank him. We thank our AV technicians who are in the back for being here today. Thank you. Thank you to all of our panelists. You brought a wealth of knowledge and information that we can take back. I want to thank the volunteers because when I put this together, Jackie, she's my sorority sister, she jumped on board, and she's a planner. She's an event planner, so she pretty much plans almost everything to help me. She's been a wonderful helpmate. And then I had some other sorority sisters who jumped right in and said, yes, we will stand with you and help you. And several of them are here, Sherry and Annette, who are still here, Tammy, Cookie, Miss Lillian Stanley, Cynthia Randall. So I have several. Now, we had a sorority event today out of town. So several of them went there, and the others said they would be here with me today. So I appreciate that. But that's not all. I also, I'm grateful to our Divine Nine family members who've helped to spread the word and who are here. My cousin Teresa with Delta Sigma Theta came out, helped us with our registration. Our Zeta sister, LaQuinette Bellamy, she's her daughter. We share a daughter. We joke that we share. She's allowed me to be the other baby mama to her beautiful daughter. And I've watched her grow into, she's a high school senior about to graduate and go off into college. So I do want to acknowledge all of you and thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for being here with us today. And our honeydews who have just been there to do everything we tell them to do / ask them to do. Bill Como in the back, who's rubbing his head. Wave your hand, Bill. Omega Psi Phi, Honeydew. Thank you for being here. And Ray, who just went out for a moment, for being here to do the things that we tell you to do. Dr. Como.
Let's give a big round of applause for Mrs. McDavid. I think we can do a little bit better than that. Yes, 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 yes. And you know, she's my heart sister. We have this little program in our sorority, and we've been heart sisters forever. Anything she asks, I do. She bosses me around like she bosses everybody else. Anyway, but it's cool, it's cool. But we want to really thank you all. I hope you enjoyed this conversation and the discussions. There was all the panelists. Thank you so much for everything. What a wealth of information. I've got like a notebook going on, and I was sitting over here writing all the things down. But I just wanted to say that we are here, and I think I said it at the very beginning, and I'm going to say it again. We have to be the voice and not the what? Echo. I need to hear that again. We got to be the voice, not the what? Exactly. All the members that have been a part of this, I especially want to thank Ms. Dean. Thank you so much. I'm the adopted triple E person, but it's been a pleasure. Really appreciate everything, and thank you, Kendrick, because you kind of like lit the fire when we were in Somerville a couple of weeks ago, so really appreciate it. And Dawn, you the bomb. But I've got some prizes. Y'all thought I forgot. So what we're going to do now, okay, I see I get my direction. You know, it's like, Okay, so Steve, if you will roll her back a little bit, it's going to be the second panel and the third panel. We're going to do them both the back to back. And could you hand me, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, that was that one. Go back. Yeah. Oh, okay, that was the first one. There should have been, that's the second one. That's the third one. Is there another slide after that? That's it. Minute to win it. Thank you. All right. We heard a lot on our second panel about how you navigate the educational journey. I think that was probably the most spirited conversation. 61%, really? So we have to do better. And as parents and educators, we're going to work together to try and do the best we can. So if you would, please. This time it's all mixed up. All right. Is it green coupon, a green ticket? Who's got a green ticket? Got the green tickets? All right, and you have to be present to win. 486015. No, okay. 015 going once, twice. Too bad. All right, red ticket. 902013. Who is it? Come on. No, red. That's okay. So here's what we're going to do. Yes, thank you. We're going to try it one more time. Okay. Green ticket. Anybody with a green ticket, just stand up. All right. If you have a green ticket, stand up. All righty. You see the questions on the screen. What school support services are available to help parents to determine if their child has a learning or physical disability? We talked about that, did we not? What? Oh, call the number. That's what they told me to do. Okay, 486-006. Yay. All right. You won. How about that? The answer is all of above. Okay. All right. All right. Who's got yellow ticket? Stand up if you have a yellow ticket. Okay, I see you over there. Yellow ticket 241019. Y'all right? Come on up. There we go. All right. Now this one might be a little tricky. Which one of these is not a community education support organization? No? Yeah, you still won, even if you don't know the answer. All of these are community education support organizations. All right. All of them. I know it's a trick question. I said which one's not, but they are all. But you still won. Come on up. You still won. Come on. All right. What we got? One more? Okay. She's coming. What do we have? What's left? Just the big one? Yeah, that was earlier, I think. Oh, you have the red one in your hand. Okay. Well, the gentleman, there was a conference between Ms. McDavid and me, and she wins. So that's kind of how that works. Huh? Right. You got a hug. And I called you out, and I said, hey, Miss D, you the bomb. All right. But that kind of ends our a minute to win it. We want to give you just a few moments to go back to the vendors and have a nice day with that. Wait. Okay. We do? Oh, we got a big prize. Okay. See, they only tell me these things when I get up here. All right, red ticket again, 902-009. All right. If you can tell me the name of the organization that put on this event today. Hint, hint. There you go. All right. All right. What else is over there? Oh, there's a couple of others. All right. So what we'd like you to do, this is one of those 3-minute things. Get up, go to the vendors. If you have your passport. What are we doing? Talk to me. Oh, okay. So want you to visit the vendors one more time. Get your passport stamped. I'm giving you 5 minutes starting now. Then we have 2 prizes.